Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. Views and events expressed here are totally whacked, not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. How y'all feeling? Y'all feel good? The name of the show today is Quality of Life. Quality of life. I don't know. I think I talk about this topic a lot. It's like, it seems like you guys know what hospice is, right? You ever heard of hospice? Hospice. It's like when you're like at the end of your life and they're just trying to make you comfortable or whatever to wait out the last like days of your life or whatever. And it's funny to me, it's not really funny, but ironic to me how quality of life tends to be a really high priority or, really important when in hospice. So, but I wonder why, quality of life is so important in the last days, weeks, months of our lives and not so much earlier in our life, you know? Why do we not put enough emphasis on quality of life throughout our life? And then we focus on quality of life at the end of our life. You know, I wonder about that. And it kind of goes along with what I was saying yesterday about working, basically until you die and the work ethic that they try to instill in us to just work, 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 work. And that's what's most important. But quality of life isn't important until it's the end of your life. And then that's also, it's separated by class because, you know, you got the worker class and you got the owner class, right? The I don't really believe that much in the middle class. I don't, the people in the middle class. Most of the people that consider themselves middle class are really working class. That's just the way I see it. You do have some people that are in, consider themselves the middle class who are in the owner class probably. But if you're in the owner class, then you're already thinking about quality of life. You're thinking about that when you're younger, when you get to the point where, you know, you don't have to work all the time and it's all about quality of life. So you have a segment of our society who thinks about quality of life throughout their life. And then you have another segment of our society who don't think about quality of life until the end of their life. I just think it's weird. I wonder why is it that way, and what can we do about it? What can we do to change that? You know, why is it that way? You know, I don't know. I don't have any answers to that, other than the idea that, thinking about it is can make a difference. Instead of waiting until your last days to think about quality of life, start thinking about it earlier, regardless of what class that you're in, because I think you can find some work-life balance, sooner. You know, I think a lot of people think I'm weird a lot of times because, I always, I grew up pretty religious. And one of the things that stuck with me was about like, whether it's true or not, um, a man getting to heaven, a rich man getting to heaven, more difficult than putting a camel through an eye of a needle, something like that. I don't know. It stuck with me, and like how people worship money. They say they don't, but they flaunt their Louis Vuitton bags and their Tesla and their BMWs. They flaunt their square footage in their home. You know, and a lot of people will probably argue and say that's not worshiping money, but they also work overtime, extra hours all the time, to make more money. And you do need money to survive. There has to be a balance, the society that we live in, you need money to live. Like it's just a reality. But there was a time when I was younger where it was all about money, and I made a lot of money. But then, things happened. My life changed, and when I looked back on it, I was like, what did I have to show for all of that? I lost most of the things that I gained or bought or whatever, you know, with that money. So I was like, what did I gain from that? I really just pretty much just lost a lot of time. So, anyways, I came to some conclusions. And then, so like that extra $20 or extra $100 or extra $200 or even that extra $1,000, you know, I'd rather have my time with my family or just to do whatever I want to do over that extra money. And a lot of people, I think they look at me weird and they don't really understand it. And I think that sometimes they think that I'm lazy as a result. But I wouldn't call myself lazy. I really wouldn't. I mean, I do more than most people I know. I'm always grinding. I'm always learning stuff. I'm always doing stuff, creating stuff, making stuff you know, but it's stuff that I want to do. And this stuff don't may not make money, you know? Like this show. I spend a lot of time with this show and I put a lot of effort and work into this show. And I don't necessarily make money. I necessarily isn't a good word. I don't make any money off of this show. The show costs me money every month. It costs me money. I'm not making anything off of this, but I want to do it. That's the difference. So, doing work just to make money because you have to pay bills is one thing, but going further and making more money on top of that, more than your bills, and you want to be comfortable. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, when do you have time to yourself? When do you have time to be creative? When do you have time to do the things that you want to do? It's not related to money. Like, same thing with going and learning things and getting educated or whatever. Like, you're supposed to go to school, you're supposed to get an education so that you could get a better job to make more money. What about just learning stuff because you want to know about those things? That they enrich your life, that they help you navigate the world better, you know? So, but that's a waste of time, right? That's a waste of money, right? To to spend money to learn things that's not going to make you any money. That's crazy, right? But you could call it crazy, but you can't call it lazy. You know, I would call just going along to get along lazy, just going to work because you have to do it to pay your bills and you're doing the bare minimum. I would call that lazy. Going above and beyond is not lazy. So, but excuse me, I'm just trying to get the idea out of, you know, your personal time, your quality of life. You know, what do you do for yourself? What do you do not for making money? What do you do just to do it because you want to do it? You know, and going out on the weekends and going to the club, that's not what I'm talking about really, because that's kind of related to the whole way that the your life is set up. Like you work, and then you get 2 days rest, and you're supposed to go to the club and party and spend money, and then you do it all over again the next week, you know, and every week you do the same routine. Like I wouldn't call that quality of life. And going to the club is not necessarily, you know, something that you're doing for yourself. I mean, maybe for some people out there, but I mean, how much satisfaction do you really get from that? You know, what did you create? What lasting thing happened as a result of that? You know, did you have a lasting feeling of fulfillment, you know, of satisfaction from going to the club or going to the bar or whatever? I'm not knocking it. I go to the bars every now and then, you know, and wanting to unwind is a real thing. But that's what you're doing. You're just unwinding from the week. It's not like you're actually doing something for yourself. I mean, unwinding is something that you have to do. Really, like you need that. You know, you need to be able to relax and unwind from the work week. And however you need to do that, you know, it's a thing that needs to be done. But I don't think it goes along with like doing something that gives you real satisfaction, you know, lasting satisfaction. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Real satisfaction, you know, last. Okay. I hate to be sitting here talking to myself and now y'all can't even hear me. Anyways, peace and love. I hope we get some people in here. I'm going to come back to the quality of life thing, maybe. Let's get into some stories. I want to do a number of stories tonight. So last night we did the celebration, like recap of the show, which was cool. But I feel like I'd spent way too much time on that. I need somebody to help me, you know, manage my time when I'm doing this. Set a timer or something. Like beep, move on. Anyways, let's check this out. Can I go to this story? Am I sharing? It says, meet Mary, the missing Texas woman who was found inside a wall. I don't know. This story is like struck me. And it's part of what kind of made me think about quality of life too. I was reading this story and I was like, wow, this is crazy. Let's see. In this other screen, does it show the story? Go to publisher's website. Okay. Let's share this. 1 second. I share this story here. You know, another part of this is that I'm from Houston, so born and raised in Houston. So, and this is a local story right here. And I used to live in the Heights. This is in the Heights, historic Heights. It's like right outside of downtown. It's a nice area, really old houses. They're cute, really cute old houses. It's not a cheap area either. And I have some long pockets to be able to buy a place over there. It's really difficult. The real estate is crazy ridiculous over there. Can y'all get all these ads off of my screen? This is what happens when you go to a free website. So you either got to subscribe to get news worth of crap, or you got to get a whole bunch of ads on your screen where you can't even read the stuff. Anyways, meet Mary, the missing Texas woman who was found inside a wall. It says, for many, the The worst, most unimaginable, horrible fear is dying alone. Hold on, y'all. Okay. To the American Victorians, a good life was only properly concluded with a good death. That is, one surrounded by family and at peace with God. However, as technology advanced and lifestyles changed, people began to live more independently. This is especially true for single elderly folks, people whose age or health may render them vulnerable and alone in the modern world. Let me give props to whoever wrote this. Does it say? Renee Renee Raven, published June 29th, 2023. And this is a news, what's it called? News break. It says, this fear rendered real for many has become so prevalent that a new related term was coined in Japanese, kodakushi, or lonely death, the phenomenon of people dying alone and not being found for extended periods of time. One theory for the rise of kodakushi is that those who experience it withdrew from a stressful and apathetic world, a world that ignored and excluded them. Mary Kiruti, 61, of Houston, Texas, was one of those people. Kiruti's parents passed early in her life. She was an only child, and both of her marriages had failed. Her neighbors in her Houston Heights neighborhood cared about her, but when Kiruti went missing in 2015, there was little they could do to advocate for her. What were they supposed to do? Break in? I don't know if I'm saying her name right. Kiruti. Kind of sounds Italian. For 2 years, no one knew what happened to Mary Kiruti. They only knew that she had been a holdout against property development near her historical home and could only wonder what had happened to all her cats. Who was going to deal with the horrible overgrown lawn? Without Kiruti to pay the mortgage, her home, pictured above, was eventually foreclosed. While cleaning the house out, the new owners found the corpse of 6 of her 8 known cats. Eventually, they also found Kiruti. In March 2017, new tenants were moving into her home. One went up to the attic, looked down into a hole in the floorboards, and saw the jumble of human remains. He saw Mary. How could such a thing happen? No one will ever know exactly for sure, but investigators concluded that the reclusive and very tiny woman fell from the attic and got stuck in the walls. Living alone, no one would have heard her screams or pounding on the walls. Had the new owners not discovered a broken board in the attic, Mary Kiruti may have remained in the walls forever, while new tenants lived directly beside her. Man, isn't that a sad story? So the lady fell and she was a little woman, so somehow she was in the wall, and nobody knew because she lived alone, and nobody came to help her, and so she just died in that wall. And then no one even knew she was there. They accidentally freaking found her. So what a sad way to go, what is going on? Our society, it should be better. It's unfortunate, things happen, but it's just, this story really struck me because it's the lady was so alone, and no one there to look out for her, no one to check on her, and this is what happened. She was just a missing person. Coming to find out, she was in her home the whole time, and someone probably could have came and saved her. It's really sad. Really sad story. And these houses in the Heights are heavily sought after. Like I say, the real estate is crazy there, and they try to keep that same little old school small town look. Like they don't let people build houses with modern, like too much modern like stuff going on with them to mess up the aesthetic of the neighborhood. It's really beautiful. It has the old trees, the really big trees. It's like a small woodlands, but with older houses, and smaller houses, you know. But the houses are worth a lot just because, it's historic heights. So, and it does have a really great location because you have I-10 and 45 access right there. And then, downtown is right there. So just a little bit further, you'll have access to 59, 610, all of that. So you can get anywhere in Houston really quickly from there, and you also have close access to like basically everything, really close. It's a nice area. This is a terrible story, horrible, horrible story. What do y'all think about it? A lady falling in the wall and then only being found by the new owners of the home and by accident. What a terrible story. Anyways, let's move on. I need to get some people in here. Let's go into this one. It says Georgia detention officer charged after emergency inmate grievance reveals alleged assaults. Georgia detention officer charged after emergency inmate grievance reveals alleged assaults. This is another Newsbreak story. The detention officer at the Fulton County Jail in Georgia is facing multiple felony charges after allegedly using excessive force against. Let's go to it. Go to publisher's website. This is Fox News posted this. Give me 1 second. Let's share this so y'all can see it. Those that are watching. So Georgia detention officer charged after emergency inmate grievance reveals alleged assaults. Fox News, DeMarcus Wheatley. Okay, wait. It's by Landon Meehan. DeMarcus Wheatley, 25, is the latest Fulton County Jail staffer to be arrested in misconduct claims. A detention officer in Fulton County, Georgia, is facing multiple felony charges after he allegedly assaulted inmates in the Fulton County Jail on Sunday and then failed to accurately report what happened, according to officials. Detention officer DeMarcus Wheatley, 25, is charged with 3 felony counts of aggravated assault and 3 felony counts of cruelty.
Take it in.
Aggravated assault, 3 felony counts of cruelty to inmates, 4 felony counts of violation of oath by a public officer, 1 count of false statements and writings, concealment of facts, and fraudulent documents, and 1 count of reckless conduct. He is behind bars with no bond. Didn't even give this dude a bond. They mad at him. Officials said the jail investigation unit began looking into Wheatley after receiving an emergency inmate grievance against him, Fox 5 Atlanta reported. After analyzing video footage, it was determined that he used excessive force on 3 inmates during an incident on Sunday and failed to accurately report it. Detention officers have the responsibility of treating those in their custody humanely and with respect, Fulton County Sheriff Patrick LeBate said in a statement. He continued, when an officer deviates from this duty, he must be held accountable. The Fulton County Sheriff Office is committed to thoroughly investigating claims of officer misconduct. As sheriff, I remain committed to transparency and taking action swiftly and appropriately should those claims be sustained. Wheatley, who was hired as a detention officer on March 1st, has been terminated by the sheriff's office. So this got him fired, apparently. It says there's been several incidents of alleged misconduct by Fulton County Jail officers in the recent months, Fox 5 Atlanta reported. In early June, detention officer Monique Clark was arrested after body cam footage allegedly showed him choking a detainee at the Alpharetta Police Department until she passed out after she refused to take a mugshot. Wow. So they asked her to take didn't ask her. They told her to take a mugshot. I guess she was giving them a hard time. So they choked her out till she went to sleep. They put her to sleep. It says in March, detention officer Kawani Jenkins, 36, was arrested after a phone discovered during a shakedown inside the jail's maximum security wing allegedly showed that she engaged in an inappropriate relationship with the prisoner. Jenkins was charged with 2 counts of improper sexual contact by employee or agent, 5 counts of violation of oath by a public officer, 2 counts of reckless conduct, 2 counts of cruelty to inmates, and 1 count of obtaining, procuring, or giving an inmate prohibited item without authorization. In February, detention officer Rainer Trotman was arrested after allegedly assaulting an inmate. He was charged with 7 counts of violation of oath by a public officer, 2 counts of aggravated assault, 2 counts of battery, reckless conduct, cruelty to an inmate, and conspiracy to commit a felony. All officers' charges in recent months have been terminated from their positions. So are these are not police officers. These are correction officers, right? Do they have a video?
Go explore.
Lord have mercy.
Down the alley.
What is this? This not even it. They're talking about Biden in the Supreme Court. That's not even it. What was this pop-up? Oh, that's the same thing. Anyway, so this is a picture. Detention officer DeMarcus Wheatley is being held in Fulton County Jail without bond on multiple felony charges in connection with allegedly beating of 3 inmates. This dude looks kind of weird. He's got like a weird look in his eye. A weirdo. Who knows what he did to these people? It sucks when you go to jail and they treat you like a damn animal. Like, and then a lot of people out there are going to be like, oh, well, you shouldn't have broke the law. Well, shoot, I'll tell you what. It's real easy for you to end up in there. And even if you don't ever end up in there, you should have some sympathy for people. No one should be treated, like that, even if they broke the law. We have a system to deal with people who have broken the law. So we should follow that system and not just beat people or choke them out or whatever. So this one, it says the Crown Act is now Texas law. Newsbreak article again. The Crown Act is now Texas law. As I reflect on recent passing of the Crown Act in Texas, a wave of emotions washes over me. Let's see. This one. One second. So this is another one. Wait, hold on. What's the article? Soul City, Inform, Engage, Elevate. New Social Justice, June 30th, 2023 by Soul City. So that's the person who wrote it. Who's the author? It says, as I reflect on the recent passing of the Crown Act in Texas, a wave of emotions washes over me. This monumental event marks a significant step forward in the fight against discrimination based on hair texture and hairstyles, particularly those associated with African American communities. I first experienced hair discrimination in middle school. Summer was almost here, and I had my hair braided in an intricate updo that I was excited to show off at school. As I walked through the hallways, I couldn't help but notice the admiring glances from some of my classmates. However, before the end of the first period, I was pulled out of my class by an administrator who took a few looks at me, examined my hair, and walked me to the front office where the principal and more administrators looked me over before explaining to me that my hairstyle was a distraction and went against the dress code. I was to be sent home and was instructed to return when it was taken care of. I cried the entire way home. What had I done wrong to be sent away from school? What was wrong with me? What was wrong with my hair? This experience marked the beginning of my awareness of hair discrimination and the unjust expectations placed on people with different hair textures and styles. Unfortunately, this was not the last time I experienced this form of discrimination, and one that many just like me have experienced. It says, this core memory guided and inspired me as I led the measure team in leveraging the invaluable data and work accomplished by the Crown Coalition on a national level. By translating these efforts into actionable policy with the Austin metropolitan area, we successfully pushed for our system to be more inclusive and equitable for everyone through the passing of the Austin Crown Act in 2022 and the Crown Act resolution being passed in Pflugerville in April 2023. The passing of the Crown Act in Texas sends a strong message that discrimination has no place in our society. It is a testament to the tireless efforts of activists, lawmakers, and community members who have advocated for change and raised awareness about the importance of embracing diversity and inclusivity. As we celebrate this victory, it is essential to recognize that the journey toward true equality is far from over. While the Crown Act is now law in Texas, there are still many states where similar legislation has not yet been enacted. The fight against structural racism and discrimination must continue, and we must all do our part to ensure that everyone, regardless of their hair texture or style, can live without fear, judgment, or exclusion. Having the opportunity to work alongside Representative Bowers, Senator Miles, Ajoa B. Asamoah, and their teams on strategy throughout this past legislative session was an honor and privilege for me. So I don't know much about this. I thought that this article would clear it up more, but it didn't. I mean, I know a little bit about it, but I thought that this was going to clear it up a lot, but it didn't. I don't understand why, someone with some braids in their head would be a distraction, I wonder if depending on the race of the person with the braids, is that what causes, I really don't get it at all. They told her to go home and said her hair was a distraction. I know that this kind of thing happens. Now, don't get me wrong, but I don't really understand, why. I don't get it. Who made the decision? Somebody saw her walking in the school, or they saw her in the classroom and it was like, we got to send that girl home. Her hairstyle is messed up. So I don't know, if you have green hair or orange hair or something, maybe I could see how that could be a distraction. And if maybe your hair is too big, as far as it's big and puffy and the people behind you can't see the teacher or something, I don't know, man. I think that those will be about the only scenarios that I can even condone it. And even in that situation, you could probably just ask them to sit in the back of the classroom, It's so weird, my daughter is in high school, my middle child. And when I drop her off at school or whatever, I see kids going in there with really short skirts and really short shorts and stuff. It seems to me like something like that would be a distraction to the other students in the classroom. If someone's braids don't seem like it would be a distraction to me, I just don't get it. I mean, somebody help me understand. It's got to be something ain't right with you on the inside for you to feel like just because somebody has some braids, it's a distraction. You're jealous or something. You're hateful. You got an issue with them. I don't know. You envy them. Your hair can't do the same thing. So I don't know. I don't get it. What do I know? I don't know a lot of stuff. So the hell do I know? Do they have some tweet replies underneath this? Let me see. Maybe somebody clears it up. No. Don't even have any views hardly. I guess this story, I'm the only person that this story caught the eye of. Whatever, let's move on. Let's look at this one. I got some shadows in here. I look really dark, huh? The light is shining in my eye and it's bothering me. Check this one out. It says, am I sharing? And let me double check. Y'all can hear me, right? So check this one out. It says, Supreme Court closes out Pride Month with major blow to LGBTQ plus rights, opening door for broader discrimination. So it says 303 Creative LLC versus Alenus was highly hypothetical case in which Christian web designer Lori Smith sought permission to refuse to. I'm gonna read this, but I already know what it's a little bit about it because this has been buzzing around the internet. So it's like somebody wants to make a cake, or and I don't know, they put two men on it or two women on it or whatever. So like the person who owns the business can refuse to do that service for these people and say, it goes against my religious beliefs or whatever. So that's been going through the courts for a while, and it got kicked back down at first, but it has landed in the Supreme Court now, and the Supreme Court has made their decision on it. So it's gonna go down, and everyone is gonna have to adjust to it. Let's go to this article. So this is People Magazine. Who wrote it? By Kyler Alvarado, updated on June 30th, 2023. It says, Supreme Court closes out Pride Month with a major blow to LGBTQ plus rights, opening door for broader discrimination. 303 Creative LLC versus Alenus was a highly hypothetical case in which Christian web designer Lori Smith sought permission to refuse to build wedding websites for same-sex couples. It says the Supreme Court has cited 6-3. There goes that number again. I said that last night. 6-3. Pay attention to that. 6-3. So it says the Supreme Court has cited 6-3 with a Christian web designer and landmark LGBTQ plus rights case. 303 Creative LLC versus Alenus, which immediately opens the door for further discrimination against queer and trans community. The court was tasked with considering the case of Lori Smith, a website designer who owns 303 Creative and wanted to challenge a Colorado law prohibiting businesses from discriminating against LGBTQ plus customers. Smith, whose case was built largely around a hypothetical scenario, argued that she should not be forced to design wedding websites for LGBTQ plus clients because creating messaging that she disapproves of will violate her religious beliefs and right to free speech. Smith sued Colorado in an attempt to block the enforcement of its anti-discrimination law, despite the preemptive nature of her complaint, as she has not yet designed wedding websites or had to turn away same-sex couples. The Supreme Court agreed to hear her case. In its decision on Friday morning, the Supreme Court held that the First Amendment prohibits Colorado from forcing a website designer to create expressive design speaking messages with which the designer disagrees. With the landmark ruling, which falls in line with many of the SCOTUS justices' conservative stances, a precedent has now been set that in certain instances, U.S. businesses can legally deny their services to LGBTQ people under the First Amendment. Trump-appointed Justice Neil Gorsuch, who authored the court's opinion, wrote, in saying this much, we do not question the vital role public accommodation laws play in realizing the civil rights of all Americans. This court has recognized that governments in this country have a compelling interest in eliminating discrimination in places of public accommodation. At the same time, this court has also recognized that no public accommodation law is immune from the demands of the Constitution. Liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor authored the dissenting opinion, writing, today, the court, for the first time in its history, grants a business open to the public a constitutional right to refuse to serve members of a protected class, Around the country, there has been a black backlash to the movement for liberty and equality for gender and sexual minorities. New forms of inclusion have been met with reactionary exclusion. This is heartbreaking, Sotomayor wrote. Sadly, it is also familiar. When the civil rights and women's rights movements sought equality in public life, some public establishments refused. Some even claimed, based on science, religious beliefs, sincere religious beliefs, constitutional rights to discriminate. The brave justices who once sat on this court decisively rejected those claims. President Joe Biden weighed in on the court's decision Friday afternoon, stating, "In America, no person should face discrimination simply because of who they are or who they love." He continued, "The Supreme Court's disappointing decision in the 303 Creative LLC versus Alinas undermines that basic truth. And painfully, it comes during Pride Month when millions of Americans across the country join together to celebrate the contributions, resilience, and strength of the LGBTQ plus community." Biden also expressed concern that the ruling will have trickle-down effects beyond inviting discrimination against the queer and trans communities. More broadly, today's decision weakens long-standing laws that protect all Americans against discrimination in public accommodations, including people of color, people with disabilities, people of faith, and women. It says 303 Creative versus Alinas echoes the 2018 masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado Civil Rights Commission case. See, that's what I was thinking of, in which the Supreme Court sided 7-2 with a baker who refused to make a wedding cake for a gay couple. During that case, the couple told people, "We don't want another loving couple to have to go through what we did. It's not about the cake. It's about us being discriminated against because we're gay." The two dissenting justices in the 2018 ruling were Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Sotomayor. Ginsburg wrote in her dissent that the cake shop owner declined to make a cake he found offensive, where the offensiveness of the product was determined solely by the identity of the customer requesting it. Yeah, so it's kind of, for me, I mean, people like they scream Constitution all the time, so it's like going against the Constitution, and they're talking about the First Amendment. I don't see how it has to do with somebody's free speech. Like, that sounds like a stretch to me. How is it that, this person can say they don't want to build the website for this person because it goes against their religious beliefs and it infringes on their right for free speech? Like, how does that work? Like, yes, you have free speech, but how does that connect to you making a website for somebody that you disagree with, I don't know. I think that, somebody is paying their money or whatever, and you don't want to do the service, then you don't want to do the service. That's fine. But don't say that it's I'm infringing on my right for free speech, and if I was the person that was going to these people to make the website or to make the cake, and it was like they didn't want to make it, then I'd be like, screw them. I go to somebody else and let them do my cake for me or make my website for me. I don't want somebody to make my stuff for me and pay them money for some stuff that they don't really want to do. They're not going to do a good job on it. Your cake's going to be ugly. Your website's going to be trash because they're not going to be putting their heart into it. I don't want them to do my shit for me. You know what I mean? Why even keep pushing that like that? What's up, Pat? How you feeling?
What's up? Feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I can't complain. What do you think about this story right here?
Oh man. Shoot, this I like the last part that you said because it's like, I think people try to force themselves on others too much. When somebody don't want something to do with you, you just, what I'm saying? Like, all right, deuces. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop trying to make people because it's almost like a bullying tactic to me. Like, oh, I want you, okay, they like your stuff, they want you to do it, and there's nobody else gonna do it or else. You know what I'm saying? Like, like it just it's crazy to me because like you made a great point just now that so they're probably not going to do a good job because their heart is not in it, and it's not, they don't want to do it, and then only because I mean, discrimination or not, because there's a lot of things that people still get discriminated against, and nobody makes no big stink about it. I mean, like forever, black people have been dealing with, um, discrimination and biases, and people not like, regardless if it's my right to be able to go and do something in any business, but if you don't really want to do business with me, I don't really want you to have my money. I don't really want to make you richer just because, like, it's all of a sudden something's not going to be an honor to me, or some kind of special, like, it's not special no more if you don't want to have this, if it's not a mutual agreement, or something that they want to do just as much as I want them to do it. So I think people, regardless of what your stick is, like, people not liking me because I'm black or I'm fat or I'm whatever, like, okay, well, you know what? That's fine. I appreciate that, and I'm going down the road, somewhere else to do business. I'm not gonna sit around here and beg somebody who just told me what he really thought about me, or expressing that my lifestyle or who I am does not you know they don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm gone. Like, it's just like certain people need to just really stop. It's almost like a crybaby effect. It's just, I don't know. It's weird to me that anybody's really trying to force somebody to do something that they don't want to do to begin with. It's just, that's just insane to me. Like, I just don't get it. So
Yeah, so I had a situation fairly recently, some months ago, where I went to the dentist. I have a huge fear of the dentist. It scares the crap out of me, and it's been like that since I was a kid. I've had some bad experiences with the dentist, and that's probably why I have this fear. Uh, so I wanted to go to this really nice dentist, swanky, you know, really, really nice dentist. I looked it up and I checked the reviews, and I chose this dentist because it was like top of the line, like, right. So I
hmm
went there and to get some work done or whatever. And was it my second visit there? I think it was my second visit there. It might have been the first visit there. I can't remember. Um, I think it was the second visit there. They made me wait. Like, I was waiting in the waiting room. Like, they forgot about me. They clearly forgot about me because a lot of people came in after me and got served. And then I was just sitting there. And then I went up to the counter after I finally had enough. It was a long time, like over an hour, like maybe 2 hours of me just sitting there. And then I went up to the counter. I was like, hey, you guys forgot about me or whatever? Because I had already checked in or whatever. They told me to sit down and wait or whatever. And I was like, hey, you guys forgot about me or whatever. And then the lady at the front was like, oh, what did you come in here for? Whatever, da, da, da. And then they finally pulled me back. So they had forgot about me. And I felt some kind of way because at this dentist, it was mostly white people who were coming in there, and getting served. And, me being the black guy in there, and they forgot about me. Like, it could have been just an accident or something that just happens, things like that happen. But I felt some kind of way about it. So then I said something to the nurse once they pulled me to the back, and I talked to them, and I was like, hey, like, what the hell happened? Like, what, I didn't say it like that. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I was upset, and I was like, what happened? Why was I out there? Did you guys forget about me? Da, 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 da. And the lady apologized or whatever. And then when the doctor came in, he had animosity towards me. He was all like, I don't like, you questioning my nurse like that, and da 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 da. Like, he was basically being pretty rude to me because he felt upset that I was upset about the situation. You get what I'm saying? And
hmm
so, anyways, I went on through the whole thing, and we did our procedure for that day. Um, and then after it was over, I think I came back for one more visit, and we did the, like, what they call it, like the prognosis for the next things that needs to be done or whatever. And so they gave me this list with all of the stuff that needs to be done and what they think should be done or whatever. And he was giving me extra. He kept making comments. Like one of the comments he made, he was like, "Are you sure you're gonna go through with this procedure or whatever? Because the work that we're doing today is really expensive. I spent a lot of money here." And he was like, "This is a really expensive. So are you going to continue to, are you going to come back? Are you going to do this because so waste of money?" He said that this thing deteriorates. I don't want to give all the details of it because then it'll just take forever and it doesn't really matter. So he was like, you're going to be wasting your money, da 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 da. And then he said, "Oh, we got to take these other two teeth out on the side or whatever." And then like basically, I got the feeling, that he didn't want to do my work. You know what I'm saying? He didn't care about the money. It wasn't about the money. He just didn't want to do my work. So once I came to that conclusion to realize that that's what he was doing, because he had pushed the list up so crazy expensive, $20,000 or some shit. Like it was way more than it should have been, even at this really nice place, because he was doing extra as procedures, adding shit on there. And so I was like, okay. So once I realized that this guy really just didn't want to do that work, then I didn't go back. I went to this hood dentist place, like right outside of downtown, not far from University of Houston, and that's where I went and got my work done. And it's kind of like a small little clinic, you know, um, ethnic people working in there. You had African people, you had Asian people. I had some guy, he was from Belize, I think, that did my work. And I felt a lot more comfortable in that office, even though it wasn't they didn't have the state of the art equipment. It wasn't quite as organized, I would say, as the other place. They didn't have like the top of the line talent there or whatever. But I felt a lot more comfortable there. And it was other people that looked like me who was coming in there and getting work done. So that's where I went. So I mean, I just told that story to be like related to this, as far as once I mean, I have the anxiety of going to the dentist, so that's the reason why I wanted the like really upscale place, and I wanted them to like give me the laughing gas and all of that stuff so that I could feel more comfortable, and all of that costs money or whatever. And they didn't have all of that stuff here at this other clinic. But I still went there and I got my work done there, and it was much cheaper, and I was satisfied with the work. And so I mean, it's just related to this story of someone who doesn't want to do the work. I'm not going to feel comfortable with them doing it. And I don't want to give them my money, even though I was really angry about the situation. Even to this day, I'm still kind of angry. That's probably why I'm telling this story, because I could tell that the guy, he didn't care about the money. It wasn't about the money that I was paying for him to come there and get that work done. He just didn't want to do the work. He just, for whatever reason, maybe it had to do with the color of my skin, or maybe it had to do with something that I said. He just didn't want to do the work. I felt that energy, so. And he didn't care about the money. He's making crazy money. The money I'm spending there at the place is not going to affect this guy's life in any way, shape, or form. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it just, I'm still kind of, I am. I'm still kind of upset about how that went. But I'm not going to go and spend my money with somebody who doesn't want to do my work.
Exactly. I mean, I definitely, I'm not going to get to the point to where I'm bullying somebody to to accept me. I'm what I'm saying, like that. That's just it kind of to me, because even with that cake situation, somebody, because I remember this a couple years back when the whole cake situation, and they denied them, and then there was a whole lawsuit, and like this, like they're just trying, they wanted, like it was almost like they knew that these people didn't want to do it, but then they're trying to sue them because they decided not to. And I think that people should have the right to deny at any point. It's like, look, for whatever their reason is, hey, I'm too busy. I'm too, I'm held up, whatever, blah blah blah. whatever it is, when somebody gives you tells you, hey, I can't do it or I don't want to do it, just go on about your life. Like they're not that great, you know. Like obviously, this was not a match made in heaven where it should the business doing business should be a mutual agreement. Somebody that agrees that they want to do the business as well as you want them to do the business. You know what I'm saying? So
But on the other hand, I still have to say, I sympathize with the people, because what if they go to one place and they tell them no, they go to another place, they tell them no, they go to another place, they tell them no. It's gonna make you feel some kind of way. It's like,
but
uh,
I mean, yeah,
discrimination makes people. It hurts. It hurts people.
well, that
You know.
tells me that like that means that like somebody within their own community needs to be in, like this gives an option, a place for these people to be able to uh set up the same kind of business and make all of that money. That's like I think that's one of the reasons why they have these minority projects, because I mean, LGBT is a part of is a minority. They're a group of people that are, and I don't like to say that they're protected because black people never been protected, and I don't think that anybody really is protected. But either way, there's grants and uh, like there's set asides. There's all kind of different little things that's going on for them to be able to have their own, set up their own businesses and like just go
Yeah,
make
but not everybody.
some.
I get your point, but not everybody wants to make a cake business or whatever. You know what I mean? Uh, and I get what you're saying though. And I really kind of agree with you. But I'm just saying, I sympathize with the people getting discriminated against. And it's not cool. It's not cool. But at the end of the day, screw them. That's my take on it. Screw them up against the wall. What do you say? They don't like you. Screw them up. Fuck them. Fuck them up against the wall.
Damn.
Biggs BTW say, "What's up? What's up, bro? Thank you for listening. Thank you for joining. And thank you for making a comment."
What did you say?
He
Say
just
what's
said,
up
"What's
to?
up?
Oh,
What's up?"
okay. Yeah, what's happening, man?
Yeah, man. So I don't know, but then I don't. I do have a problem with this, because the part where he says the Supreme Court is saying it's under the First Amendment is what they're using to say that these people don't have to do this. And I mean, I don't get how free speech is connected to this. Like that sounds like a stretch to me. Like, I'm no lawyer, you guys. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a professional in this area, but I don't see it. I don't see how that is what used. That sounds really thin to me. Mad thin.
But I understand that, but I think just as a human right, like nobody should be able to force anybody to do something that they don't want to do. I mean, yes, you might. I mean, it is somewhat, I guess, would be considered a form of discrimination, but just you know, the idea that okay, somebody says they don't do that. Look, why not order your thing and have somebody else, like, because I mean, like having a cake, because I don't think there's a such thing as a gay cake or a straight cake, or you know what I'm saying.
It's just a
If you
cake.
want it, it's a cake. So it's like, okay, if you want the cake, order the cake and have somebody else to put the two dudes on it. You know what I'm saying? Like if that is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's just certain things. Okay, you can have this awesome cake, but if they don't agree with putting two men on your cake, get the two men from somewhere and put it on your own cake, or get somebody that, you know what I'm saying, can maybe decorate it or something. Because I mean, if the cake is just that awesome, order the cake, you know, and then let somebody else design it. I don't know. Like, I mean,
I'm saying, yeah,
there's got
that's
to
a real simple answer. And I don't like store bought cakes anyway. I got a hate for store bought. I cook, you know, so like a lot of times these cakes don't taste. They're really pretty, but they don't taste that good. You know what I mean? I really
yeah.
don't like store bought cakes. And I'm, you know, if I'm coming to a function or something, if I'm gonna bring a cake, I'm pretty much probably gonna make it. I'm
No, I
gonna
don't.
bake
No,
it myself.
I don't think this cake was nowhere near store bought. These are like specialists, and I get it. Like people, my mom is a baker. She makes cakes. Well, this is a special cake that she does make that everybody that knows her wants,
They
and
want
you
that
know
cake. I get it.
they order from her and just that kind of thing. So you know, I get you wanting that special cake. It was so great, so awesome. If it's a conflict at some point, because I mean, I'm sure that some of the people that's bought cakes, everybody wasn't straight. Everybody, you know, wasn't, you know what I'm saying? They just wanted the cake and they just get what they can get. The, you know, I think it is kind of weird that, you know, okay, I guess that, like I said, I mean, there's a lot of things that go against my belief. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many people, you know, how many people I deal with that actually is, you know, I don't know, but it is very weird, you know, when you really look at it. Like, so somebody not to want to do business with somebody because they, you know, at the end of making the cake, they want to put two dudes on it or two girls on it or whatever the case might be. Um, that they don't want two dudes on their cake. It's like they pay for the cake, they got the cake. Okay, you know, oh, you want pink and blue and you know all these different colors on. Okay, I mean, what is making it a gay cake? I really don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's
And
it's
so,
re- it's really
but this
weird,
is
bro.
but this is dangerous though, because like what Sotomayor says, this opens the door for more discrimination, and it opens the door for you know, things to elevate even more. Like, you know, it's at this moment it's just about a cake, but then it could turn into the wanting to beat them up or whatever, you know, or even killing them. You know what I'm saying? Because like, oh, you're going against my religious beliefs or whatever, and you're in here trying to get me to make some quote unquote gay cake. You know what I mean? So and so she said that this is the first time in history. It says today the court for the first time in history grants a business open to the public a constitutional right to refuse to serve members of a protected class. So and she says around the country there's been a backlash to the movement for liberty and equality for gender and sexual minorities. New forms of inclusion have been met with reactionary exclusion. This is heartbreaking. She says, sadly, it is also familiar. When the civil rights and women's rights movements sought equality in public life, some public establishments refused. Some even claimed, based on sincere religious beliefs, constitutional rights to discriminate. The brave justices who once sat on this court decisively rejected those claims. So that's the thing, though, you know. So this court is doing stuff so this creates a new precedent. You know, it's crazy because, you know, we was talking about last night, you know, the way it works with the law a lot of time is all about precedent, you know. So if they were following precedent, then this should have got kicked out, you know, and went back down to the lower courts, and they would have had to go by whatever the previous judgments were. You know what I mean? But this court is making whole new waves, like they're making whole new precedents. You know, so now this is the precedent. So you're gonna have future situations are gonna be, you know, decided as a result of this decision. You get what I'm saying? And it just
Yeah.
can lead to escalation in that opposite direction, the opposite of inclusion, you know. So it's bigger than a
Well,
cake, and it's bigger than a website or whatever.
I mean, it is, but like I said, I mean, I think that us as human beings have to deal. We're gonna have to deal with rejection. That's a part of life, and somebody denying you, because I mean, I look, we wanted to get I think it was dealing with a cake or something that we wanted to go through a certain place, and but they were booked up, and we were kind of late for us to be able to get our cake in. We had to deal with a different company, so it's just like these things are gonna happen, and you just have to take it on the chin. So like, I think that for our own sake, and like, we just be prepared that okay, we may not get certain things that we want, regardless of how big of a dream it is for you to have this thing a part of your big day, or whatever the situation is. I mean, because even we're talking about this website. I mean, you know, you might have to deal with somebody who might be a little less talented, or you might look up and find somebody who's even more talented. It's just the fact that having these ideas of grandeur, and things just don't work out that way, you know, all the time. That just It's just the way it is, you know.
Yeah, just gonna deal with it. I just feel like we're going backwards in a lot of cases. What up, A Smith? Thank you for being here, and thank you for listening and enjoying. How you feel, man? Yeah,
That ain't
you
no
be here all
Stephen
the
A.
time. I
Smith.
appreciate you.
No.
I don't think we that big, dude. I don't think we got celebrities in here. Yeah, maybe
I
it'll
don't
happen
know,
one
man.
day, but right now I
You
don't
never
think
know,
so.
man. They might be trying to get some tips from us.
Maybe. Who's to say?
Wow.
Man, my thing is freezing up. I think I got too many screens open. Let me close some of this. Okay, here we go. What's this one? This week, SCOTUS boldly stood up for the rights of some of the most oppressed and marginalized groups in America: white Harvard applicants, Christians who might one day be asked to design a website for a same-sex wedding, and student loan companies. So this person is lumping together the last three big Supreme Court decisions right here. So it's like he said, SCOTUS boldly stood up for the rights of some of the most oppressed and marginalized groups in America: white Harvard applicants, Christians who might one day be asked to design a website for a same-sex wedding, and student loan companies. Yeah. Let's read some comments related to this one. First comment, it says SCOTUS is compromised. The next comment, it says, this is from the left, by the way. This is Move On. It's a really it's a left-leaning publication. And so this next comment, it says, truly a sad week in the U.S. Vote blue. Another comment, it says, what a mess the U.S. is. Another comment, it says, no black person got into Harvard that didn't deserve to be there. They didn't get in, their grades weren't. They didn't get in if their grades weren't as good, if not better, than any other students. You know who doesn't deserve to be there? The ones who actually do prevent qualified applicants of all races from admission. Athletes, stop accepting these athletes who can't read or write, and stop the legacy admissions. I graduated. Well, I didn't. I graduated from Forest Brook, but I spent most of my high school years at Yates, Jack Yates, and Jack Yates had plenty of people who could. Some people were graduating from Yates that couldn't really read or write, and every time they were like a football player. You know, the way it was set up, you had teachers, heads of the department, who were also coaches. So they would go in and put pressure on the other teachers, or they'd get other students to do the person's work. Like, everybody knew what was going on, because you had the thing, if you don't pass, you don't play, right? you
Yep.
know, and they enforce that. So, but they just make sure that the if, especially if it was a star player on like the football team, you know what I mean? He can't fail. We need him on Saturday. Screw that, whatever it
Hmm.
is. And they're gonna go and talk to the teacher. They're gonna go and get other students to do their work, whatever they have to do to make sure that that dude is out there on the field
Yeah.
come Saturday. And really, at the end of the day, it was screwing that person and also screwing the credentials of that school to have these people who didn't know anything and wasn't learning anything just so that they could play high school football. Really, really sad. So this person's
Hmm.
comment is saying that you have athletes that go to these schools who didn't get the academics, but they're in there because they can play ball.
Yeah. I mean, the politics on every level is somewhat screwed, and I mean, I don't think that we should, like, I mean, there should be some accountability no matter what level we're discussing. So high school, college, like, you should be able to be accountable. And like, bro, I look, I mean, maybe I wasn't that great of a basketball player or whatever, because shit, I got kicked off the team because my grades weren't where they should have been. You know what I'm saying? So it's like some people have to deal with it. If you, I guess, if you're an exceptional player, they'll make exceptions for you in these areas. But it's just, you know, I think if we're gonna play this role of, what's fair, what's you know, let's do it no matter what. Don't do it just because you know, like, I mean, I love sports and I want to see my team win, but at the same time, if you didn't do what was necessary to make it to the next level, then hey, you work harder next time.
Yeah,
So,
and that's the way it should be. It's kind of like the participation awards or those everybody is a winner
oh my
stuff.
God, that
You
drives
know,
me nuts, bro. Like, I mean,
somebody lost, bro. Everybody ain't a winner, bro. Let me read this other comment. It says, no, that court case was brought forward by a white man and conservative lobbyist group. They stood by lobbyists who bring court cases to the Supreme Court. The website designer has never even been asked to design anything for same-sex couples, but a lobbyist group got her before the Supreme Court. If you want to make bold statements, then make sure you cover all the facts. Ban lobbyists from DC. So that's crazy too. Like, it's a hypothetical ass situation. Normally this kind of thing wouldn't even made it to the Supreme Court. You know, you have to think about the funding that goes behind this kind of stuff, you know, to get the great lawyers and to get all the paperwork and all of this stuff. Like, the regular folks don't have the money to even do this. Like, it wouldn't have made it, it wouldn't have, regular folks wouldn't have even been able to get this case in front of the
well,
Supreme Court.
I mean, you got to be careful when you say that too, because that's one of the reasons why Roe versus Wade got turned over, is because it was an illegitimate case to begin with. All the stuff that she claimed happened never happened, and now it got overturned because of that very thing. So we're talking, almost pretty much apples and apples on this situation, because the well, I guess it wasn't beneficial. I guess it depends on who, what side you're leaning to, but Roe versus Wade is kind of the same thing. I mean, it got overturned, but it got overturned because there was no true legitimacy to that case. When they went back over it and looked at everything, it just, the facts just didn't line up.
Well,
So
they need to stop bringing cases like that in front of the court, you know?
yeah, I mean, it's bullshit. Like, you got people, money's getting spent every time these cases are going on, So, and then when they got to go back and be looked at again, it's like, people who are, and then I don't know who, what the what you call it, what the ratio of the conservative and liberal courts were when it originally got passed, but here we go. I mean, I think a lot of times they're trying to do the best for the people and the situation, but when you come up with these things just to try to make a make a case, or just just to try to get a certain verdict, it doesn't help long term. So I
Let me
don't know,
read
man.
this. Let me read this comment. It says they're not even they're not even subtle about it anymore. They're just doing it right in our faces, daring us to do something about it. Probably because the Supreme Court is completely sold out within the conservative judges. Sad times, but we all gotta keep pushing for change and keep the light on all these shenanigans. Vote. I don't know if voting is the answer. Let me read another one. It says it's not a Supreme Court. It's less than mediocre and has a set of rules that sets them up for success. Nothing like I've ever seen. No glass ceilings if you play the game crooked. You don't go all in while somebody is stacking the deck. Yeah, man. Yeah, the deck is stacked. Let me read this one. It says, when are people going to figure out that Trump is just a distraction? Behind all that loud, illegal, bombastic noise, the dark money Republicans are recreating our election system at the state level, stealing our Supreme Court by filling it with Christo fascists, and continuing to restructure our republic with anti democratic policies as they legislate our freedoms away. Watch Florida. This is what our future holds unless we stop focusing on the clowns they distract us with as their propagandist cult puppet show.
Somebody's got a little bit of sense there, because I mean, but I think that some of this is distraction, but I mean, I definitely wouldn't just put it on the Republicans, because there's certain things that these high level Democrats don't want to see continue as well. Because I mean, I really believe, like, there are certain groups, especially when, like, we were just talking about Roe versus Wade. I don't think that that's something that Biden is against. Is like, they're trying to protect their race. For somebody who's at a negative birth rate, yeah, there's still people being born, but they're being born at a lesser rate. So they're trying to find ways to keep their race afloat, I guess you can say. Um, they know their numbers are dwindling, so these things are happening under the watch of I mean, not that it's really the position of Biden to be able to decide, but like, just think, it's kind of weird that a lot of these things are coming up in the time period where we do have a you know majority, like, I guess our administration is under a democratic or liberal rule, and I don't know, it was just kind of weird to me how a lot of these things are happening the way they are happening. But I mean, I'm not one of those that really feels that um a lot of these things are just happenstance. I think some of these things are purposely done, and to make it seem as though they are for those things. Like, they, if you, I don't, did you get a chance to watch that Tim Black video I sent?
I didn't, but we can go to that in a few minutes. I
Okay,
worked all day today. A. Smith said,
okay.
I'm good, just here trying to maintain. He says, sports brings in money at every level. So I guess it's all about the money then, right? Show me the money. That's what people care about. They don't care about students getting an education, or they don't care about the institution getting, looking bad, or not accomplishing the goal that it should accomplish.
Mm-mm.
They don't care about people getting left behind, and
It
what if
only matters for some.
and once they're not successful in sports, then what now? They got the streets is the only place they can go now. They didn't learn nothing in school. They're gonna have to get somebody to read all of their freaking everything for them, so because they can't function as a human being in society because they haven't learned a damn thing. He said time's being wasted also. I don't know what he means by that, but let me read another comment. It says, I'm all for calling out SCOTUS bullshit, but this is not a good quote to repost. It's misleading. Let's be better than the right and post stuff that is clear, fair, and true. The student loan companies are federal, so taxpayers, i.e. you and me, and the Harvard case was actually technically about Asian Americans being discriminated against.
That's what I've been trying to tell people, that nobody wants to hear that, because when I was telling my friend earlier about that, well, I don't know, when originally, well, bro, we're not talking about 40 years ago when they decided. We're talking about right now when they decided. It's like, can we stick to the point? You know what I'm saying? Like, like it can affect some black people, I guess, at some point, but this whole thing is not about, because it's just the racists, these conservatives, this and blah, blah. Bro, like, if we're gonna talk about it, let's really talk about it.
The next comment, it says, this is the dumbest post you've done. Let me read another comment. It says, hey, socialists, life isn't a freebie, despite what your left-wing professors have told you. If you buy something, you have to pay for it. It's a universal thing. And you conveniently left out the part about Asians were the ones challenging Harvard's discrimination. They were routinely discriminated against with Harvard's woke agenda. Asians deserve to be free to get educated without discrimination. Merit is a good thing. Come on, socialists, pay your bills and stop discriminating against hardworking Asians.
Well, but the weirdest thing about that is the Asians have the highest, other than the legacy students, had the highest, even though they're a smaller percentage of people, they still had the highest amount of admission, as far as, like, 'cause I think it was like 27% Asian, 17% black, and then the rest of it was, the legacy and whatever, some other stuff. So really, the way that they were looking at it is that the Asians will actually lose more because they really were benefiting more from it than anyone else. Why do I always forget the name of this thing? The affirmative action. They were actually benefiting more than anybody else from this program, but now they're probably going to lose more because of how everything turned out. And that was their, them being their, I guess you could say, being jealous, I guess, or feeling like, they should have had more people, even though that they were overrepresented. It's a weird thing. Like,
well, I covered yesterday about that, and they were explaining how the whole thing was bullshit. The guy who brought the case, he tried with a white person with the case, and it failed. So he said, I need to go find an Asian person, and that's what he did, and then it worked. So it's really just bullshit. It was bullshit from the jump.
well,
Let me see. Let's do this one. It says, Michigan has become the 5th state to offer universal free breakfast and lunch to students. It says all Michigan children could see free breakfast and lunch at schools under an executive budget recommendation from the Whitmer administration, MLive has learned. Governor Gretchen Whitmer is expected to recommend spending an estimated $160 million from the state school aid fund to go toward the program. That's expected to impact 1.4 million children in state, with the administration indicating the move could save families at least $850 a year. Kids need good food to learn and grow, so providing it to them for free in our schools just makes sense, said Trisha Phelps, CEO of Taste of Local Difference. I agree, that makes sense. This is a good thing. I think that this should spread across the United States. I don't know why, we have the system that we have anyways. And then, these kids get in trouble. They shame these kids. They'll kick them out of school, or they'll withhold their diplomas, all kinds of stuff. The parents can get in trouble or, catch fines and all kinds of stuff as a result of not paying for these lunches. And then they have the little window where it's like, you make too much money to receive the free lunch, but you're not really making much money at all. It's just like you have to be completely dirt poor to be approved for the free lunch. I think that's crazy. Crazy.
I never qualify none of that shit.
Let me read some comments. The first comment says, "But is it healthy though?" Another comment it says,
Well, that's yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, you can make a comment.
I thought that was your comment, but you was reading something. So yeah, that's the part that I fear. Is what's really regardless of what you're paying for, that might be a catch-22 when they're talking about free lunch. Okay, you're getting free lunch, but is it nutritious? Is it allowing this brain and this body to grow properly, or is he gonna have defects later on, or be not? It's say, bro, this is one of the weirdest things to me, man. Like here in this country, like we can. We got GMOs, which is fake food, regardless of how it tastes or whatever. Like it's not real food. And then now they're doubling down with, being able to make fake meat, in the lab to be able to feed us. And it's just like, at what point, I'm somewhat jealous of Russia. Russia's like, anybody who's caught making GMO foods you're considered a terrorist because this is not nutritious. Like we're not getting, like the reason why people are getting fat is because the what we need out of the food we're not getting, and we're steadily craving more and more and more and more because we're not getting what we're supposed to get out of the food. Like people are sick or obese or like just it's really insane the process that we're going in, and it actually wouldn't cost any more to just do regular food. Like it's actually costs more to create a GMO than it does to just grow regular food. God's the seeds from what we call heirloom seeds. Like it's no different. But they're doing it just so that you won't be able to grow your own food. They're trying to block you out of being able to do it yourself, or it's all out of greed. You know what I'm saying? So
control.
Like, it's the control. It's all of those different little things and nobody's really, I ain't say nobody, but like not enough people are really seeing it, and we're gonna fail. We're failing as a country overall, and that might be the root of it. Like our brains don't function properly because it's not getting everything that it needs. Our bodies,
Let me read another comment. This one, it says, "There ain't no such thing as a free lunch." Like, why would this person make this comment underneath this particular post? Like, was he trying to be cute? He thinks it's funny or whatever. Like, we know that, the post explained that the lady is putting, what did it say? 160 million from the state school aid fund to go towards this program. So yes, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. So, but what are you saying though? So you're saying that these kids shouldn't get food? You know, like why make a comment
Why
like that?
why are you reading that much into the comment though? I mean, that's the same kind of shit that I say all the time. You know, yeah, there ain't no free lunch. Yeah, we got to pay for it and stuff like that. But the question is, in fact, will our children be paying for these diets and stuff like that for the rest of their life? We know Big Food doesn't give a crap about our health, so yeah, is free lunch going to be free in the long run for these kids?
It's
I mean,
not free.
it's
It's
a reasonable question, both in the sarcastic manner and in the actual manner.
it's not free. But they just said in the thing it's gonna cost
It's it's
160
it's,
million
it's
dollars.
Okay,
yeah, they're saying that it's being added
okay.
to the
Here's the
budget,
point.
and it's
Here's you. The point's going past.
Yeah,
It's not just about the money. There are many ways to take that question other than being triggered by it.
it triggered me because I don't see why make that joke underneath this particular thing because we're talking about kids getting food. I mean, the argument of it being healthy food is a fair thing.
Okay, so
So
what makes that any more triggering than so parents can buy cigarettes and alcohol? Or I hope that they spend
what?
it on better quality food.
So is
I
so
don't know
is
how
that
that
is that the only
connects.
is that the next level of what happens because I don't know, like cigarettes and alcohol now is injected into this conversation because of free food.
Yeah,
Or what
I don't
we
get the connection.
what we're considering free food because yes, nothing is free, but at the same time it's been included into the budget so that it can be free or some because the people are paying for it no matter what. So if they have to dig in their pocket every week or it's an automatic set aside so that these kids can function properly at school, like that's really I think where the conversation really you know should lie because regardless of what demographic financial status your parents are in, each student should be able to eat. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have
So
to.
look, someone else made the same comment. It says so parents can buy cigarettes and alcohol.
No,
So
I was
someone
reading that. That's why I made that comment.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
was saying,
So
why is that more triggering than that?
I
I
hadn't
agree
made
with
it.
fiery. I agree with fiery
We had
Pisces.
yeah we
Why,
had I guess we
I don't
hadn't got to
understand
that
why
yet.
they've been. I don't understand why they've been charging for lunch since I would say the '80s when we faced this whole situation.
Yeah,
That the first time they
Well,
tried to fix school lunches,
yeah,
and the quality supposedly went up, and they downgraded all of the foods from B and C foods down to bulk D and E grade foods.
yeah.
hey, bro.
So
Say, bro. I'm gonna tell you, this is something that RFK was talking. I was, today was my day of kind of catching up on a lot of stuff I missed over the last week or two. That I was, you know, on vacation. I guess you off. Um, but he's talking about how the USDA was supposed to be a way to protect the people and meeting guidelines and this and that and the other, but it's now being used as a tool by corporations to be able to get away with not doing the things that they want. They've like totally realigned how it's
Yeah,
how it's supposed to work, and we're getting worse food than like
they're
it,
getting the same quality foods in most lunchrooms that we give to prisons, except prisons have the ability to supplement their diets by having farmland and stuff like that worked
it's
by the convicts.
the farmland is still being promoted by Monsanto. So I mean, we're still getting bullshit food. Like no, regardless, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's the same level of food that but it's not like the prisoners are really getting any better food. They just getting it right, firsthand. Like they're the ones who's growing a lot of it. But I think that we've as a people as human beings we've dropped the ball on the most important things, and that's the substance of life, the things that is supposed to give us vitality and strength, and you know, that the wisdom. Like if we hadn't shut, you know, if we were actually eating and producing, feeding our children these proper foods, like they probably wouldn't be sick. We wouldn't be dealing with a lot of the immunity issues, or you know,
See,
things. You know,
that's what I meant about that comment can be read that way too. You know, free lunch ain't free. We're feeding all this, you know, lower grade trash to these kids. You
yeah,
know, they did an experiment somewhere where they took these kids off of all of the processed stuff and things like that. They say 72% of the kids that had ADHD and problems paying attention, they said in
wow,
72% of the kids that had ADHD, it faded. It maybe didn't go completely away, but it noticeably, registrably decreased.
yeah,
So it's our foods doing it too, not just these, you know, 30-second clips, you know, that we're watching as our entertainment now. Man, our entertainment, do you realize, is shorter now than commercials used to be?
It's crazy,
Our
man.
our whole time for entertainment used to be is now smashed into the same amount of time that we had to jump up and run to the bathroom because we couldn't rewind shit back then.
Our attention span has dropped dramatically. And, you know, I would put a lot of blame on TikTok. You know,
no, it's not. Nah, the TikTok is, you know, an accommodating service. Is here to, you know, accommodate those who, you know, that can, you know, like that. I guess, you know, I what's the, you know, it's not, it wasn't something that made the people. It's something that, you know, kind of
It
fit
takes
in with the
advantage of
lifestyle.
it. It takes
Huh?
advantage of our lack of attention.
Exactly. So it's not what
You
caused it.
know,
It's
so
just
does Twitter too. You know, Twitter, there's a reason you're only allowed 180 characters. That is about the amount of text that one person can digest at a glance.
it's
That is the
crazy.
shortest amount of time. At that point, once people start reading past that much, they start to get the first and the last without getting anything in between. So if they keep
yeah,
it short, it's easier for you to click and memorize.
And, and,
That's
and
the
I,
trick.
I get
But
all my views on the show from the shorts that I make, and they're all 15 seconds. And, you know, that they get 2K views, but it's 15-second clip. I mean, like, how much information can I really pack into a 15-second clip, man? So people are just
it's a
scrolling the
talent.
shorts. They're scrolling the shorts feed and just going from one short to the next, to the next, to the next, and it randomly flips through topics and subjects, and you know nobody's learning anything, man. So terrible.
Yeah,
Um,
we might get a glimpse of some of their attention, but uh they're gonna have to really want to do that. But I think that a lot of it overall, like, has to do with our diets being so poor that, you know, you know, overall we're too weak to handle all of, you know, anything that you know is really gonna be worthwhile to us. You can't handle a a 20-minute video, an hour video, a two. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gets to something that's past 30 seconds, and you're trying to figure out. You know, like, damn, I forgot what was I doing. Like, it's bad, and I would say the root of it is malnutrition. And
um,
it's not just the food. I mean, the vitamins, the minerals that's lacking in the food.
let's move on to this right here. It says, police officer says Puerto Rican driver license is not a U.S. license. It's even a real ID license. So, West India May posted this. It says unjust treatment exposed. It says in a disturbing incident, a police officer in Texas falsely claimed that a man's Puerto Rico driver's license was invalid in the United States. He says, let's set this record straight. Puerto Rico is an integral part of the United States as a territory. It's unacceptable that such misinformation is perpetuating, leading to unfair treatment. Let's raise awareness, challenge biases, and promote inclusivity together.
Just want to do it for my protection because it's very unreal. It's the first time somebody here has ever told me that. Even,
Because some of these cops be making shit up as they go.
Well, that's public schools for you, people not knowing that. That's just like I have a big, when I was younger, I had a big mistake of lumping India in with the Middle East because of the way that people generally look. But I'll tell you, do not ever call an Indian person a Middle Easterner. They are an Asian, and they will rip you a new one if you call them Middle East.
How come we can't hear this?
okay. So you said that.
I would like to see your insurance.
You gotta get it.
That's not how this works. Okay, so you're failing to provide me with your insurance. Okay.
There it is. So
So do
Puerto
you live
Rico
at-
is
you
Puerto
live-
Rico?
You live at 2524 Cottonwood Lane?
Yeah.
Okay. Correct, sir. You have to have a United States driver's license in any of the
Okay.
United
That's
States.
the United States license, the Puerto Rico license.
Okay, I understand, but you have to have a Texas, Louisiana, any one of the states to drive a motor vehicle. We're not in Puerto Rico, and you have established a home address.
Okay. This is the first time somebody has told that to me. So
Okay. Well, I'll also tell you, sir, you can't tint your window, so that's another violation.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so he's
Puerto Rico is
esta-
real ID. It's a real ID license.
Okay, but we're not in Puerto Rico, are we?
It doesn't matter.
You've established a home
Okay,
address
I-
here in Texas.
there it is.
Go ahead.
No, there it is right there. He's established, he's got a license in Texas. He's not saying it's not a real license. He's saying a Puerto Rico license does not work in Texas when you have a listed Texas address.
Mm.
And that is true. Once you've established, you've got like 30 days to change your supposedly. So yeah, he's not saying it's not a real license. He's saying it's not a Texas license. It's a Puerto Rico license. That you need
I'm-
a Texas or Louisiana or a license from where you establish your. But then again, he still has that kind of redneck. Well, Puerto Rico. I didn't realize Puerto Rico wasn't its own country. I thought you was a foreigner.
And this video keeps chopping up. I wish it would play through, but I'm not even going to waste any more time on it. Let me read some other comments. The first comment, it says, this officer is clearly uneducated. Wow. Another comment, it says, this is another reason they need to go to school longer than 6 months. Another comment, it says, the comment section is weird. In the video, the officer was arguing that he did not have a valid U.S. driver's license. He did. Y'all saying that in Texas you have to have a Texas driver's license if you live there. True, but that's not what the argument in the video is about. Y'all got to learn to stay on topic. The point is the officer don't know that Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. Another comment, it says they both wrong and right. When you move to a new state, the law is you have to update your driver's license with your new address, but it has nothing to do with his PR license being invalid in the U.S. So the cop on some other shit. The cop just not familiar with it, so trying to use his position to intimidate dude. Glad he's recording, but still gonna lose in court since he already admitted he moved to Texas.
And it
Another
has a
comment.
Texas address on his Puerto Rico license.
Let me read another comment. I don't think he had a Texas address on the Puerto Rico license. He had a Texas address on his insurance. Let me read another comment. It says, police officers aren't very educated on the law or anything for that matter. Another comment, it says, this cop needs to go back and learn the states and territories of the U.S. Poor Tink Tink. Another comment, it says, the cop obviously having a bad guy, shaking my head. Legally, if the guy just moved to Texas, he is still able to use his driver's license from Puerto Rico for like half a year. It's not half a year. It's a shorter period of time. Texas has they're one of the most strict states.
90 days.
Almost every state is 30 days from establishing a residence. And that means renting a place, getting a mailbox, something, something like having something mail delivered at a work address, whatever the definition of establishing a resident in the state is, because it is different for most states or for some states. But yeah, normally it's like 30, you got 30 days to change your license over.
Yeah. I know that Texas is like one of the most strict ones when it comes to this. Let me read this one. It says, new Texas residents can legally drive with a valid, unexpired driver's license from another U.S. state, U.S. territory, Canadian province, or qualifying country for up to 90 days after moving to Texas.
There you go.
Prior to the end of the 90-day grace period, a new Texas resident must apply for a Texas license in person at any driver's license office to continue to drive legally. When applying for the new Texas license, the individual must surrender any unexpired driver's license in the possession from another U.S. state, U.S. territory, or Canadian province. I think I think this person got it pretty much on point, because you can't have more than one driver's license. They're really strict about, you can't have more than one like valid ID. You can only have one valid ID. So then you have to discard your other IDs, become invalid.
As soon as I get my learner's permit driver's license, which is what I've got to have right now, they took my ID away from me. They wouldn't even cut the corner. They said, "You got it with you?" "Yep, here it is." Yeah. They gave me a paper one. They wouldn't even let me carry the one with, like, they'll cut the corner off. They wouldn't even cut the corner off to let me carry a picture ID with me. They said, "No, here's a printout. This is your ID until you get yours in the mail."
Check this out. It says, pain and suffering are a kind of currency passed from hand to hand until they reach someone who receives them but does not pass them on. Let me read it one more time. Pain and suffering are a kind of currency passed from hand to hand until they reach someone who receives them but does not pass them on. What is that? What do y'all think about that? I like that.
I missed the point on that one. I didn't.
And so once the pain and suffering keeps going, it's like paying it forward. You pay it forward. Someone hurts you, you hurt someone else. That someone else that you hurt someone else. That person that got hurt by that someone else hurt someone else, and it just keeps going until it reaches someone who doesn't pay it forward with the pain. That's what it's saying. Pain and suffering are a kind of currency passed from hand to hand until they reach someone who receives them but does not pass them on. So when someone gets hurt and they don't feel like they need to hurt someone else, that's when the cycle ends. So it's a philosophy quote from Simone Weil.
So
what do y'all think about it?
That's the name, Simone Weil.
Simone Weil, yeah.
Simone Weil.
Weil. So it says Simone Adolphine Weil, 1909 to 1943, was a French philosopher, mystic, and political activist since 1995. More than 2,500 scholarly works have been published about her, including close analysis and readings of her work. After her graduation from formal education, Weil became a teacher. It's just a random philosophy quote, but it caught my eye and I wanted to share. Y'all have no comments on this? Doesn't mean nothing. Just like, doesn't mean nothing to me.
Well, no, well, like I said, I kind of missed that last little part. I apologize because I've been on vacation. I'm still trying to get back to where I can last the whole day driving without getting sleepy and shit. So
yeah, gotta get back into the groove. Let's move on to this one. It says Proud Boys members ordered to pay $1 million in suit over hateful and overtly racist destruction of church property. CNN Politics. Members of the right-wing extreme group, the Proud Boys, have been ordered to pay more than $1 million as part of a civil suit judgment involving the destruction of property in December 2020 at the predominantly black campus of the Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church in Washington, D.C. D.C. Superior Court Judge Neil E. Kravitz approved Friday's default judgment against Proud Boy members Joseph R. Biggs, Enrique Tario, Jeremy Bertino, and John Torano, as well as the group's limited liability corporation. In a blistering order, Kravitz described the highly orchestrated and hateful and overtly racist conduct from members of the Proud Boys during the attack on the Metropolitan AME Church, in which a Black Lives Matter sign owned by the church was allegedly destroyed. Well, shit, I don't think it's going to matter that much. This guy's already in jail. He's locked up. The guy with the glasses on. A couple of these other guys, I think, are already in jail. So, but then they said they have a limited liability corporation. So I guess they're going to go after that to get the money, because I don't know how they're going to get the money. And this might be like one of those tokenism type of deals just to kind of make people feel better. But, you know, what the people did was horrible. And it was a big story at the time, you know, them destroying the property of this church. So, you know, this is one of those politically charged, emotional kind of deals, you know. And who, like I say, I don't know that they're really going to get this money. Like, this guy's locked up. He got a serious ass case. I don't know that he's going to see the outside of a jail for a long time. So the Proud Boys and he was like the leader. So they're kind of busted up. You know, I guess this is another blow to their organization to, you know, I guess help keep them from regrouping, because if they try to get it together and regroup, they're going to have to pay this $1 million. One comment, it says, while Black Lives Matter did over $2 billion in damage, nothing. So I don't know, who are you gonna? Okay, it's fair to say that I don't know that it was a organized group that you can just, who can you charge for the $2 billion in damage or whatever? Like, you know, who can you go after for that? Like, this is just a empty comment to make.
No, I'd just be happy if they got charged with the whole Ponzi scheme that they were.
They did get in trouble. Those chicks, they got in trouble related to money because they were freaking, they were embezzling money. I want to say they got PPP loans and all kinds of shit. They got caught up on that shit.
That whole upper echelon of the three main ones that were all like, you know, I think two of them were like out of jail for doing bad stuff already. There's a couple of guys over toward the West Coast that were all up in it, but tried to say, oh, no, we're not really with them. And then there's the one guy that got caught sex trafficking people. And then they're like, oh, well, he's not one of us. He's not one of us. As soon as that came out, there's a few of them up there, and a whole lot of unsavory things happened from the upper echelons of that group.
They all got in trouble. All of the main people of that organization got in trouble. Like, the chick was giving money to her husband, the other chick was giving money to her brother or sister or whatever, all straight out of the organization.
You knew it was going to go bad when they came out with better houses than Bernie did.
Yeah, they was balling. Those chicks was balling as a result of this. All that money people was donating to BLM was going to old girl's bank account.
They're saying something like 70% or more of the donated money is vanished. Like, poof, gone.
Shopping sprees, Birkin bags.
No, poof, gone, vanished. No traces of where it went. still like $1 billion or so of that $6 or $7 billion missing. I
Let
think
me
it was
read it.
9.7 billion at the end that they had collected overall, and they're missing like a third of it. So
Yes,
there's still $2 or $3 billion that they're like just out in the ether somewhere, you know.
floating around somewhere, maybe under somebody's mattress or something. Let me read a
Sounds
couple.
sounds like a political campaign to me.
That's exactly what it was. Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says, seize their assets to satisfy the judgment, bank accounts, cars, homes, retirement accounts, etc. Like I said, these guys are in jail already. So another comment, it says, tough guys with their army surplus outfits. Let me read another comment. It says,
Yeah,
and you want,
Guido, tough guy on the internet. You too, dude.
yeah. Let me read another comment. It says, and you want your president in bed with this bunch. God help our country. Another comment. It says, good. Now make Antifa pay for properties they destroyed.
Well, see, Proud Boys and BLM have one thing in common. It was a good idea gone horribly wrong because of the people that were in control of it.
Yeah. Let me read another comment. It says, so when are we going after the BLM organizers? It's like the same stuff. Another comment. It says, am I colorblind, or are the ones of the front minorities?
Actually, about 20-30% of them were minorities
Yeah, that guy, he
in the
was.
organization. The organization was not a white supremacist organization. It was a mixed race, conservative, ultra conservative organization.
Yeah.
And yeah, a couple of the ones were white supremacists, but as you see, he's pretty much not going to be considered a white supremacist. I
Well, I
doubt
don't.
Enrique really qualifies for that.
Well, I don't know that you have to be white to be a white supremacist. I don't think that's a prerequisite. It's an ideology.
See,
It's a
that's a
belief
month now.
system.
See, this is where the definition is starting to get muddled recently. It's gone from group of people or specific organization and stuff like that to an idea, a theory. It's becoming ethereal, so it can't be pinned down, thus making it easier to label people with it. That way, you can call Charles Clarence a white supremacist. That way, you can call the justice guy, Chief Justice dude, whenever he makes a decision that's not in tune with the black community, he can be called a white supremacist. Candace
Well,
Owens, how many times do you get her called? Have you heard her called? The new chick on PragerU, the one I keep making the jokes about her loofah dude.
she's cute. She's really cute. I see why
I
she's.
do, and I'll tell you, I've seen a dozen different hairstyles similar to that. It's just that one hairstyle that she uses that makes it look like a bathroom sponge.
She's cute, 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 cute. Yeah, but still, you don't have to be white to be a white supremacist. I don't think that that's. I don't think that that's what it has to be. You don't have to be a white
That's kind of
person.
like you don't have to be a boy to be a Boy Scout.
Uh, yeah.
It's kind of in the title, dude. It's kind of
No.
integral to the idea of what white supremacy is.
No. Like if it's kind of like if you're a Christian, like you believe in Jesus, you. I'm losing my train of thought here, but it's what you believe in. It's not what your image is. You know what I mean? It's like a religion. You don't have to be white to be a white supremacist.
Like I say, it's being turned into a concept because concepts are easier to keep in the gray and they're easier to label people with. That's like Nazi. A lot of people are throwing that word around and stuff like that. And, 9 times out of 10, it has absolutely no real application.
Well, you don't have to be white to be a Nazi either.
I didn't say anything about that. I said it's a label that's being purposefully obfuscated so it can be used as a label easier and thrown around to the point where it too will have absolutely no meaning.
Let's move on to this one. It says, man reveals that Jesus called God Allah. Tyrese posted this. He says, is this true?
Ilah. Actually, the word in Aramaic is Ilah.
They're
Ilah,
gonna go into that. So Brother Ben X top comment, he said, also people should know that Muslim is also Arabic, and it simply means one who submits their will to do the will of God. Yes. I think that people need to clear up these definitions and really understand this stuff. When they be throwing this stuff around, they don't know what they're talking about. Let me play this. Oh, it's not gonna let me play it. What is going on with this?
Ilah, Elah, and Elohim are the same God. It's just the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim. So I quite often am having problems with the understanding of why we have three of the largest religions in the world at each other's throats when they all worship the same God.
They believe the same stuff.
Literally the same God.
It's insane. I've been having this sound issues like with this. Like, I don't understand this. But anyways, I'm going to try to read this. It goes fast, though. He says, 3 languages is not a name. Al means the, La means God. It's the same word in the language of Jesus Christ. Muslims and Christians and Jews are brothers. They constantly fight each other. It's a disgrace. It's called ignorance. Most Christians don't even know that Jesus spoke Aramaic, language of Jesus Christ. Do it right, so it pops up Aramaic. Now the language is a Semitic language. The Semitic languages are Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic. And I want you to type this in, Aramaic, word for God, and watch what pops up. Allah. Oh, Jesus Christ in his own language called God Ilah. In some Hebrew, Elohim or Allah. In Arabic, damn it, it's going too fast. 3 languages, Al means the, La means God. It's the same word. Okay, it's repeating. Yeah, it's the same thing that you just said, Doc. You know, I wanted to play this clip, but for whatever reason, the sound is not working. I'm having this issue whenever I try to share these Instagram.
Yeah, I'm fast enough. Let's see. I'll wait for him to get to the beginning of the. He's around the front. He pretty much said exactly what I was saying. Almost, yeah.
Pretty much exactly what you said. Yeah.
Which is funny. I will tell you, I had not seen this at all up until right now.
Yeah, and you said exactly what the guy said.
I'm a historian and religion guy, so yeah, they fight each other. Yeah, most Christians don't even know that Jesus spoke Aramaic. Type it in the language of Jesus Christ. Do it right now. What's that? That says Aramaic. Now the language is the Semitic language. The Semitic languages are Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic. Now I want you to type this in. Aramaic, word for God. Watch what pops up. Bam, Allah. Ooh. Jesus Christ in his own language called God Elah. So in Hebrew it's Elohim or Ilah. In Arabic it's Allah. It's the same. It's the word the same as 3 languages. It's not a name. Al means the, La means God. It's the same word. It's in the language of Jesus Christ. Muslims and Christians and Jews are brothers. They're cousins. In fact, they fight each other. Is a disgrace. That's called ignorance. And then it goes back.
Yeah. So let me read another comment under here. It says, okay, let's focus on the enemy's agenda, how Christians need to stand strong and speak up. Too much tragedy is happening every day. Does Jesus have anybody to count on earth? Arguing with each other is the enemy wants. Let's just stop. Is what the enemy wants. Let's just stop. Another comment, it says Christianity, Islam, and Jewish are all Abrahamic religions because they came from the same origin. Jesus is recognized in Islam as a prophet. Another comment, it says God Almighty is actually called Yahweh. Whenever we see Lord in the Old Testament, it's Yahweh. In Hebrew 1, Jesus is referred to as Yahweh. Jesus is God Almighty. It's irrelevant if the Aramaic name of God sounds similar to Allah. Jesus is Yahweh, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, no name higher. That person is not trying to it's so many people that's like that. Like,
He's going from the Old Testament Torah, the translated Torah, which I believe Yahweh is the Greek, which it was translated from Aramaic to Greek to Latin several times. And the religion, one of the religions, the main religion that ours was taken from, in fact, is Zoroastrianism, which was the first one to actually develop the concept of a higher, a lower, a light, and a dark, and a war with each other. And that sprang from more of the Babylonian, the Mesopotamian area, and the Babylonian cultures. The first laws, Hanaburi and stuff like that.
yeah, so that's where people get confused, is because they're going from one language to another and then back again, and then with the translations and so forth and so on. And then they just don't want to hear what the truth is because they feel like, they already know. So it's like, and then they go to the Bible and they use that as its reference when it's been translated, back and forth. And some stuff has been lost in translation, causing confusion.
It's not just that, too. It's the thing about religion is your elders teach you your religion. Listen to your elders. And when the elders get taught something that is mistaken or is translatable one way in their realm, in their world that they grew up in, yet the world has changed. So the story itself may be the same, but may have a slightly different meaning. And that's the thing that people miss about the Bible and Jesus. He says he is for now, forever, and for always. And that means his ideas, his stories and stuff, they're not going to mean the exact same thing every single time. The stories are how you find answers to your problems, the parables. They relate to people in different ways at different times. And people that are in different places in their life see and feel and translate the scriptures different. Because one exercise I used to do is randomly open a page in the Bible every day. Put your finger on two different places. One of those is going to ring true with you. Something in that is going to be a message for the day. And you can always find that if you look, because the Bible was written to be infinitely translatable. And it has to be able to be translated as true by every person that reads it.
I love it. That's great. And the prophets that were sent for those particular people at that time. Every time. They're talking about a specific group of people that a prophet was sent to help them, in their lives, in that time, So that's another part of it, that the Christ energy is forever, and like today we need another Christ. We need for our present time someone that can help people to realize truth and wake up or whatever. You know what I mean?
Nowadays we don't have prophets and stuff like that. We have motivational speakers.
Yeah.
And they pick and choose so much from the messages that they only speak from their side. And if they do start to mention God, to me, quite often, they are very seriously brushing with the testament of, or the thou shalt not use God's name in vain. Because a lot of these guys are, they're out there pushing an obviously personal agenda, an obviously weak, barely connected idea or something from Scripture, and they say, this is what God says. And that's what saying "God damn it" when you stub your toe, or "God damn it" when something goes bad. That's not taking
Right.
God's name in vain. That is
Right.
a simple cursing. That's a "oops, sorry." Oh, no biggie. But sitting here and saying, if you don't take the Fauci ouchie, then God thinks that you need to die. That's taking God's name in vain.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If you don't act in this certain manner that this one or two verses says, despite the other 5 that contradict that, then you are going to hell. You are a bad person, and I'm going to rally people against you using God's name. You have just taken God's name in vain.
And that makes me think about curses, because like they like when they say like a curse word, like like you said, like when you stub your toe and you're like, oh fuck, or whatever, and then that's but that's not a curse. A curse is when you say to someone, you're gonna die in 90 days, or whatever, you know what I mean?
I use a higher power to bring the energy to cause harm to you.
Yeah.
That's a curse. When I draw off the forces of, matter of fact, I draw on the forces of light to change your life in what I think is a better way, is a curse in and of itself too, because you are attempting to gain power to subvert your will over someone else, and that ain't right.
Let me read a couple more comments. This next one, it says, Jesus is Muslim and Islam is the one true religion. Let me read another comment. It says,
No.
Well, that's a fair comment, depending on your perspective, because you could just, one God, the Christ energy, and you can call it Muslim, or you can call it.
Technically, Jesus is Jewish.
Okay.
You got to remember, Allah, Muslim, Islam is not around for another, 1,000 years at this point.
Yeah, but see, the Muslims, they feel everyone is Muslim. They say everyone is born Muslim, and it didn't start when the Prophet Muhammad came. That's where the justification comes in with that.
That is their same thing as justification of original sin in Christianity. I mean, oh, well, it's always been that way, but we just didn't start talking about it until later. Oh, original sin. Yeah, that's something that nobody can help about because it's always been there. No need to talk about that. It's a pre-qualifier for an argument that doesn't really have a basis. Oh, well, it's always been. It's the same. Oh, well, there's always been gay and trans people throughout history. Yeah, but we're not, but it's not been the hugest factor of mainstream society until the last 50 years.
Well, I would argue that that's because people are making it political. I don't think it is a major factor. It's just
well, pedo boy. I'm sorry. Muhammad made things pretty freaking political with all of a sudden. Oh well, it's going to be Allah and all that now. But I'm the one that started it. I am the only prophet of this religion. But it's been around forever. So follow me or die by the sword.
Yeah, I mean, well, you were saying
I direct toward all of them the same energy I do with all of them. The same is done with the Christian religion. They were the same ones. At least they, however, don't go back and say you've always been this way and you haven't followed the law, so you've been bad until you take this over and follow these ways.
Yeah. A lot of confusion. Let me read this one. It says, Allah is Arabic for God. The term Allah in itself simply means God. It's who you identify Allah with. Does Allah have a son he sent to die on the cross? Who is God in the flesh? Yahshua? If not, it is a false god of Islam. And every spirit which does not acknowledge and confess that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh, but would annually destroy, sever, disunite him, is not of God, does not proceed from him. This non-confession is the spirit of the Antichrist, of which you heard that was coming, and now it is already in the world. John 4:3. That was confusing. I liked the first part, and then it kind of went left after that.
Well, another thing that people don't realize, where was it? Was the fact that Islam and Judaism both recognize Jesus as one of the greatest prophets, but they do not accept his divinity. They agree that he is a great prophet of God, and he spoke many words of God that were good, but they don't make him an entity of God. They just place him as a prophet. While we, or the Christian religion, has elevated him to divinity. I mean, he is the Hercules of the post-Greek era. You know, the mortal who is the son of who became a god.
Let me read this one. It says, and he said, Abba, for Father, all things are possible for you. Take this cup away from me. Nevertheless, not what I will, but what you will. Mark 14:36. He says, man, please take this foolishness down. Another comment, it says, not true. Yahshua called him Abba, Yah, hence why we say hallelujah, praise Yah. Allah translates God, but our Heavenly Father's name, not title, is Yah and full Yahweh. Psalm 68:4. Sing to the God, sing praises to his name, extol him who rides to the clouds by his name, Yah. Damn it, I had a thought and I completely lost it from reading that. What was it? I was thinking of Amen. You know how at the end of the prayers when they say Amen, and then I think about Amen Ra. You know, the Egyptian Amen Ra. What do you think about that, Doc?
I'm more info needed.
Yeah, my brain is I'm all over the place because so many thoughts are going through my head while I'm reading and I'm talking at the same time. Let me read this one. It says, Allah literally just means God in their tongue. This isn't revealing or shocking or anything anyone who has deeply studied the Abrahamic religions was unaware of. So the confusion with Allah is like, just meaning God, like really simple, like whether you're Christian or Jewish or Muslim, the word is just translating to God, and it's not necessarily subscribed to one particular religion. Let me read this one. It says, we are Muslims and we worship Allah. Jesus is our prophet, and it's mentioned in our Holy Quran, and Jesus worshipped Allah. Allah is the one and only God, and whatever the man is telling is true. Anyways, this kind of stuff always leads to a lot of confusion. You got to take, if you really want to know, you want to take some classes and outside of the church or outside of the mosque, and you will get some better understanding of this stuff. And take your emotions.
I'll tell you, I've got multi-denominational religion is the degree I've actually gone the farthest in. And I will tell you, just one entire semester, 3-hour class could be taken on each of the 3 Abrahamic religions and still barely be scratching the surface.
Yeah. Yep. Let's move on. This one, can y'all hear me? My sound is weird. This one, it says aggressively share this with those who think paying burger flippers a living wage will somehow result in $20 Big Macs or whatever. So it's on the post, it shows this is In-N-Out Burger now hiring starting at $17 an hour, earn up to $19.50 an hour. And then on the next slide, it shows the prices of the burgers. So it says like double $4.50, cheeseburger $3.15, hamburger
Yeah.
$2.85, French fries $2.10. So this company is
Those
able.
aren't the In-N-Out prices here in Houston.
Yeah. Well, we're just gonna take this for it on
I'd
face
add
value.
two. I'd add two. Yeah, that's gonna bite you in the ass.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
add
just.
a couple bucks to each of those prices at least.
Yeah, I would love to try In-N-Out Burger. I haven't been, so I can't even say. I mean, we have an In-N-Out Burger here in Houston. Where is it?
Yeah, I can't remember where the frick it is. We, you know, it's Five Guys but smaller.
I love
Flavor-wise.
Five Guys. I'm a big fan. Five Guys is like what, $10 for a burger? I think it's
Yeah.
more than $10. But anyways, the point of the post is, this company can pay people $17 an hour, up to $19 an hour, and still have reasonable prices. And I think it's fair to post this because the argument always is that, you can't pay these people or it's going to inflate the prices or whatever, crash
and
their economy.
and it's completely fair to post the one in North Carolina of the Burger King where their number 3 meal is $21 and the burger by itself is $14.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that, I think it's bullshit to say that these companies can't pay people well and still have, reasonable prices. Like Chick-fil-A, I know for a fact that they pay those people really well. And Chick-fil-A, I don't really like Chick-fil-A that much. And the chicken sandwich is a bit overpriced or whatever, but it's not like $20. It's
I like their
it's the
spicy
same.
chicken sandwich and I like their waffle fries.
Their prices are about the same as anywhere else comparable,
Yeah.
but the people that work there get paid really well. They get paid pretty good at Chick-fil-A. So that's a company that's paying people decently and still having prices that are fair. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know everybody bags on them about being an anti-gay company, but I tell you, every time I walk into Chick-fil-A, I can spot at least 2 people that are in the LBGT category working there.
And them being closed on Sundays, I think is a really great thing, especially in the atmosphere that we have where it's all about competition, and making the most money and so forth and so on. But these people that work there are guaranteed at least that one day off. We know for sure they can plan their life. They know they're going to be off on Sundays. How many other companies do that? Like, are there any of those? I can't think of one that's comparable to Chick-fil-A, like fast food restaurant that's closed one day a week. You know what I'm saying? The same day every week. Regardless of where they stand on LGBTQ issues or whatever the hell, I think that's a really cool thing that they're doing, to be closed on the one day, and then they're paying people fairly, and then their
See,
prices are fair.
it upsets people because the reason it's Sunday is so people can go to church.
Yeah, well,
Way
I
back
think
in the day, they actually used to get like $5 extra if they proved that they went to church.
for me, that's beside the point. I mean, okay, it's for church, whatever, but how many other people are actually going to church? The fact that they have the day off is what's important to me. They can
Worship
schedule their
God.
life.
I worship my pillow today.
Wait, I didn't get you.
So you go and worship God, and I'll go worship my pillow for the day.
I'm saying, and
I will burn meat at the altar of the grill.
I'm saying so, and it's really great that these people they can plan their life. A lot of people that work in the industry don't know when they're going to be off. They can't make schedules. They can't make plans for next week or 2 weeks away or a month away. They don't know when they're going to be off so that they can do whatever.
For all my talking about, I have 6 days a week and blah, 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 there's only one reason that I can sit there and say I have this one day off every week. And that's because I'm good enough to. They would not do that to me if I wasn't 55 and had 20 years of experience and could handle some of their most difficult customers.
And you request that day off or whatever. It's your schedule request or whatever, right? It's your schedule setup. So, but how many other people?
I wasn't really worried about what day of the week it was, but it turned out, I picked Monday because after being there a few months and knowing which I'd be able to pick a day, I picked the worst day of the week to not work.
Yeah. So, I mean,
the slowest day. I figure if I'm going to be here 6 nights a week and all of that, I should be able to choose which day I'm not, and that be the one that nobody makes money.
Yeah, I mean, can't nobody blame you for that. But how many other people at your job know when they're going to be off the next week, or 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks from now, or next month?
Just about 6 months ago, they went to a more solid schedule. Until a few months ago, the only one that had a set schedule was the guy that occasionally works management on the other side, back of house management as well, because they needed him certain days. They needed him certain days because they moved him to management, and management wanted certain days off. So management got their days off, but it's if you want a certain day off on the floor, welcome to the Thunderdome.
Yeah. Let me read some comments. This one, it says, they pay benefits too. If your business can't afford to pay the employees living wages, you're demanding slavery, not labor. Another comment, it says, Dick's in Seattle pays even better than that and offers benefits, and is still more affordable than the chains. When investors aren't vacuuming out all the money, it's a lot easier to do. I'm telling you, man. They're lying to everybody about this stuff, and people always defend the companies like they have to screw over people, like they have to pay people the least amount, and then they say that people don't have skills. All the excuses they make to just not pay people so that they can have their golden parachutes, so they can have their stock buybacks, so they can have their CEOs getting paid ridiculous amounts of money.
My only argument about this is you're arguing against the corporations, and you don't even pay attention to the collateral damage that you're doing to mom and pops. At this rate, there will not be any more mom and pop restaurants. There won't be any more startups. There'll be maybe some family owned and only family working there kind of stuff going on. But it is extremely difficult at that pay and price range to get into the business, to start your own.
It's difficult. It's difficult to start a business regardless. The point is you can have a viable business, and actually you're going to benefit more. Like there's lots of benefits for paying people.
Like I said, you're arguing places with hundreds of locations, with corporations behind them and what they have the ability to do. And I'm arguing that mom and pops can't do that.
This comment right before was making they said Dick's in Seattle pays even better and offers benefits, and it's still more affordable than the chains. So they're saying that this is a small business right here.
What is that particular business? What's their location? What's their volume? What are all the things about making a successful business being involved, and the difference between those and the ones where you're like I said, you are getting to the point where you lock out any other ideas or anything like that when you've got a point or when you're at something. But like I said, how many mom and pop businesses are barely making that margin? And by that argument, they go, well, if they can't make that much, then they should just close down. Bam, there's another 20% of small businesses gone down.
These big chains and these big corporations,
like I said, I'm not arguing that.
You know, the reason why they keep the wages low is so that they can keep doing their, you know, what they do. It's not that it's not viable. That's the point of this. You can run a successful business and pay people fairly. You can do that. And it can also make your business even better because the constant turnover of employees.
At any point in your life have you actually owned or run a business?
I've run a business before. I never owned one.
Okay. So you know that you're flapping a little bit right there. You're exaggerating to make your point.
I'm not exaggerating.
I'm just trying to keep things on the bridge instead of burning it on either end.
I'm saying that they're lying to people. People are totally brainwashed. There's lots of benefits for paying people fair wages. You keep the people. You have more skilled people. You build a you build a people that come to your business and they're happy with their products. You build a relationship with your customers. You know, our corporate model of not caring about the customers, not caring about the employees is not really viable. It's not really successful. You know, it's not really working. You can do this in a way that's good for everybody, but that's not what they're doing. That's the point. It's a bunch of bullshit that they're selling people, that you can't pay people fairly and have a viable business. That's all the way straight up bullshit.
Actually, the argument is between people that don't know the economics of it on either side. Soapbox here saying this is the way it's got to be. Soapbox here saying this is the way it's got to be. Neither one doing the math to figure out the way it is before they go off on that. But hey, you know, that's just where I am in the middle of watching all this shit.
Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says, no, I yell at these people to stop fighting amongst us and start fighting the big employers and greedy corporate America. Another comment, it says, the rich own the economy, not us. They choose how much we get paid and how much their product costs. When prices go up, it's because of greed, not inflation. It's like y'all want to keep poor people poor. Another comment, it says $17 is a livable wage. That's almost minimum wage. Another comment, it says people who believe that clearly have no clue how businesses, including fast food, make money. If nothing else, they mistakenly believe that each worker somehow only makes one burger per hour, which is, well, stupid. Another comment, it says, have you been to McDonald's? It's expensive. I don't know how that fits. Another comment, it says, paying minimum wage workers a livable wage doesn't raise the cost of that business product. But given that we live under capitalism, other businesses, and especially landlords, see that people are making more money just based on the minimum wage. So rather than the cost of their goods going up due to necessity, they arbitrarily raise the cost of their goods because capitalism says to make as much money as you can. There's no cap on percent profit you can make based on cost of production.
And that's where I'm talking about the economics of the situation.
Yeah, that comment was absolutely making sense. You know, it's like after the COVID pandemic and all of these prices raised, and they said that they had issues with moving products and all of this stuff, and that's the reason why they had to raise the prices. Meanwhile, they had record freaking profits. You know, so it's like if it was costing you more to move stuff and it was costing you more to get your inventory in there, then why is your profits soaring more than they've in like 50 years? So you know, they just saw an opportunity to price gouge people, and the people ate it up and took it to be true because it was the pandemic, and they're like, oh, well, I guess maybe they were having supply chain issues, or maybe it was they had to pay more for their products. So we're just going to accept this price increase because these people had to add onto their prices. But then you look at their bottom line and you see their profit, and you just know that that wasn't the case. Because if it was true, then their profit wouldn't have skyrocketed.
If you think about it, it all went up just about right because everything doubles at each step. With 3 steps between you, 20% for the beginning gets marked up 40% for the next step, which gets up marked 60% to the next step. So from the dry goods, we'll say we'll skip out from the raw goods to the manufacturers, but for the manufacturers, everything went up 20% because of their pay. So that goes to distributors. So everything now gets marked up another 20% from that 20% markup. Now we're talking compounding now, not just adding interest, but compounding. And then you go to the retailers who keep their regular profit, but now up their prices another 20%. So the actual, by the time you get it up there, that's almost 100% increase if you understand, the compounding 20% plus 20% instead of just saying 20, 40, 60. We're calling, I call it 60% because that's pretty good about across the board is what we're going to look at is 60% inflation by the time this up and down stuff hits, because we're about 40 to 50 right now and it's still cruising, it's still angling up a little. But that's where the money starts adding into each level, because the idea is, well, we're not going to lose profits. We're at least going to keep the same. So we're going to add 20%. Now, now that it's manufactured, it goes to the distributors. The distributors go, well, this cost me 20% more. So we're going to add 20% on. So now it's 120 plus 20% of that. So that's another actual 24% that they've added. So now your product's up 24 or 44% from its original cost. And when you go again to the next one, you're going to add another, that's going to be about 30%, give or take a little bit. So we're talking 60, 70% increase in prices from the beginning. And that's just because no one wants to lose profit. And I'm not saying lose money at all. I'm saying lose profit.
Yes, all of that makes sense until you look at the profits and see that the profits were astronomical for these companies across the board.
That's because they were using all their stuff to buy back loose stock, so the company didn't have to pay out on those stocks anymore. Not having to pay out, those get registered as profit now for the company. So all that money went out, all the money we loaned them with low interest, they put in the stock market, and when the interest came due, they used the money for they used other money to pay off that, because they were making more money using the money for stocks and stuff than they were actually on the products. A lot of these big companies are more banks than they are corporations, retail corporations nowadays.
And
I mean,
that's
the logic is just like if you were able to get a 2% loan for $100,000, would you buy a house with it? If you had $100,000 cash and you can get $100,000 loan to buy to put on the house, so you have to pay nothing on the house, it'd be clean and clear. What would you do? You would take that $100,000 cash, or you would take $25,000 of that cash. You would take the $100,000 loan. You'd pay your payments at 3 or 4% interest on that money, and then you would put all of that money into a stock market account that makes a minimum of 4 to 8% interest, because every month you're making 2 or 3% interest on that money. That's where the profits are coming in these corporations. they're taking all that money and reinvesting it, all that free money, low interest money, and they're reinvesting it into stocks and stuff, which makes a higher profit, and they're just paying the loans out as they come due. Meanwhile, all of this money they're banking, and they're banking all this extra interest on it. You know, they're banking 4 or 5% interest on top of what their payments are every month. So that's profit. That's without ever them ever having to sell, build, buy a single product. They're already making that much in profits.
Let's move on. Check this out. It says in Germany, teaching the Holocaust is mandatory. It includes visits to the concentration camp, museums, etc. They don't shy away from their own ugly history, yet the kids aren't damaged, they're strengthened, matured, humbled. U.S. needs to do some re-slavery, not that complicated. So, well, what do you think about that before I go on? You there, Doc?
I think this is some slippery slope area with white people are bad because they're white. And look what they did to black people.
How do you get there from this? They're saying, you know, Germany teaching about the Holocaust.
I am not a fan of any compelled subjects like this.
So you don't feel like Germany is right to teach people?
Don't start stretching for the stupid shit, man.
I'm asking a question.
No, you're working one of those gotcha proposal question up. I'm gonna say this, agree with it or not, and it's gonna be a night fork one way or another.
So, well, let me tell you what I think about it. I think that it's great and fantastic that, you know, Germany doesn't want to repeat, you know, the atrocities of the past, you know. So the reason, you know, in not wanting to repeat the atrocities that was committed in the past, they want to make sure that they teach the children about what happened and how it happened, you know. How did they get there and why and all of that stuff, all the intricate details related to it, so that hopefully people can understand what happened in the past and not make those same mistakes again, so that these things won't happen again. You know, I think that's great. I think that's proper. Okay. But then they're making the comparison to the United States in that how, you know, we have this pushback on what people want to call critical race theory or whatever, and Ron DeSantis wants to keep anything like that out of the schools, and that's the opposite of what they're doing in Germany. You know,
the Holocaust and slavery are both equally horrible in ways, but so many differences in nuance. Just from if nothing else, an understood narrative, because the fact that people directly affected from it are still alive and can be asked, instead of multiple sides arguing. You know, this is one of those drastic my side, their side kind of situations where I want the middle ground to be established, because right now everyone wants to take the ball and run it like friggin' crazy to one end or the other, and it just stops the entire game from being played. You know, once we get a little bit more knowledge, I can see compelling. You know, see, we're talking visits to concentration camps, things like that. This is a very slippery slope right now because of the controversies in history. You know, all that can be said is there, you know, a lot of stuff and this and that. But on the other hand, there's, I can't, this is one of the subjects I don't want to, I'm not going to dig into because, like I said, already you've misconstrued what I meant to say and how, and there's no way to explain it without sending you off on another tirade, argument, or soapbox. So it's easier just to not discuss, to say anything about it, other than this is a slippery area because the Holocaust, it's recorded, it's live. There's no doubts, there's no questions, there's no one side or the other. There's no this or that. There's no this law became that. This was a certain period of horrible, horrible things done in front of the entire world, as opposed to something that is still in literally a fluid topic. And yeah, the fluidity of the topic. We know this, and this. Yes, fluid takes the shape of the vessel that it's in. And right now, the vessel is got all kinds of holes in it on both sides. So, compelled, mandatory, yeah. Do I think that the way that we were taught about slavery and stuff in school is just way too lackluster and not cool? Yeah, absolutely. Do I think some of the modern things that they want to teach about slavery and stuff like that are correct? No, I don't think they are. I think a lot of the things being taught about slavery want to be focused simply on American slavery and not slavery as an institution.
Let me read a comment. This one, it says, not just with slavery, the worst Holocaust ever was the genocide done to the indigenous people of America. It's time it is taught in our schools alongside our hundreds of years of slavery. So even without just setting slavery aside, you know, that they're talking about teaching about the Holocaust in Germany, teaching about what happened with the indigenous people of the Americas is also something that should be taught.
If we're going to teach that, let's go ahead and teach about the indigenous people of both Americas in the Intek and Aztec societies, and how the different indigenous societies before we even came here were, you know, enslaving and raping and killing each other too. I mean, if we gotta put it all out, let's put it all out and just saying how horrible it America has done and how horrible white people have done. That's where the slippery slope is, where a lot of this starts getting towards CRT, because the current way that they teach this is white people are bad because they did this, and not this happened. It's a blame thing. It's like all of a sudden white people show up and shit gets fucked up. Well, when there's nobody allowed to even talk about look at how fucked up this shit is ahead of time. Look how you are attributing beastly and bastardly behavior to these people when the people that it's being done to were doing the exact same things as well.
Well, teach all of it. That's my argument.
Yes.
Teach all of it. But right now it's not being taught. Like, you know, they don't teach it.
That's what I say. It needs to be done better for sure. But it needs to be done in a way where, first of all, blame to anyone living today is not attributed.
Well, that's
because
fine.
It's not our fault all that shit happened. No matter our color, origin, anything, all that doesn't matter. This is history. Things we have to learn to avoid again.
Exactly.
And
And
it's not a matter of blame. Who's to blame? Our ancestors, the ancestors of the whole friggin' human race.
well, teach
You,
all of it. But here in the States, we got a animosity, we got a pushback related to teaching any of it. You know, sugarcoating it and covering it
that's
up
well,
and brushing
that's
it
what I
under the
was just
rug.
talking. That's what I was just talking about, though. That is the heart of the pushback right now in the CRT. They're teaching that all this happened because we're white people and we fuck shit up, and that is a theme, and it has been. I remember that when I was in college, and this is this is the mid to late '90s that it started trending that way. You know, and I watched it happen as I was in school. Heck, I was even part of it when I was in school. I was participating in it. And but like I said, the problem right now is everyone wants to blame, and everyone says, "Well, you don't want to accept blame because it's about accountability." No, it's not about accountability. It's about learning from history. I'm sorry, I didn't have a stake in this freaking game of this entire country in anyone in my family until probably the 40s, 1940s. So I ain't to blame for any of this bullshit. And I don't want anyone telling me or my kids that just because we exist, we're a problem, which seems to be the same words that certain people use for their own political ideology, which is funny that it doesn't work both ways.
Let me read
And
some more.
yes, I'm being a little on the facetious side right now.
Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says, Israel and USA are close allies and treat Palestinians and Native Americans the same. Another comment, it says, read Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissenting opinion in the affirmative action case. It should be mandatory reading for all history students. It is a masterpiece. I only saw clips of it. Maybe I should go back and thoroughly read it. Let me read another comment. It says, it's because the conservatives want to bring slavery back. What? Let me read another comment. It says, don't let a conservative see this. They hate progress and ethical decisions. Another comment, it says, yep, our leaders are quick to pass judgment on other nations for their misdeeds, for their denials, unless they have resources of boatloads of money. But here on our shores, the politicians silence activists and deny wrongdoing by our ancestors. Some won't allow their educators to speak of aspects of our history. They are very sad, pathetic people. Another comment, it says, the South has celebrated it for 200 plus years. To admit the sins of their fathers is not going to happen while ever they can't even acknowledge their current situation. Another comment, it says, that is what cultural change looks like. Conservatives don't want change. Another comment, hold on, I passed it up. Have you talked to someone in Germany or been to Germany? I think it's pretty damaging to see them constantly repeat that it was their fault. Another comment, it says, the U.S. doesn't live up to its past, hence cannot move forward. Another comment, it says, unlike the Holocaust, slavery is still ongoing under the 13th Amendment. Slavery is legal as a form of punishment. America is yet to learn the lesson, still enriching corporations with human lives. A couple more comments. It says, yeah, but these people want to repeat our history only with economic slavery. Another one, it says, it is also illegal to deny the truth of the Holocaust in Germany. It should be illegal to teach false history around slavery here. No denial or alteration of the true devastating conditions of slavery. One more. I couldn't agree. Wait, go ahead.
I was saying that's what I was talking about there. Oh, we need to teach false history of slavery, no denial or alteration. That's the thing. We have not got an agreed on history about that. Again, the difference between the Holocaust and American slavery is, you know, the Holocaust was, like I said, done on camera, on film. There's still people left that we can talk to directly about it. And we have to reconstruct history for slavery. And that's going to take people getting together and talking about it,
Well,
because
they
both sides have a whole bunch of bullshit wrapped up in their stories. I
well
mean, the way
they have
we've
a
been
lot of
taught obviously is fucking stupid. I mean, but then again, you know, if you think about science in a way, 80%, or I'm going to say 70% of what was true 100 years ago is not anymore, because we've learned and we found out better. This is one of those subjects where we need to get together and learn and find out better, because it's not the horrible, horrible thing that some people say. It's not all dancing and singing and, you know, mama cooking in the kitchen kind of house person like they want to say it on the other side either. It's neither the romanticide or the vilified version, which vilified, which is why I want, we need to find the story, and we can do that. It's going to take work, and that's what we need to present. We need to present the best real story we have, not just say everything about this is an atrocity. Everything about this was good. Oh, they used to sing and dance and have a great time. It's like, yeah, of course, people under stress and stuff like that would do things like that to make themselves more human. But was that their way of life? Hell no. You know better. If you understand what I'm talking about, I'm using arguments from both sides here
yeah, but
to show that they're both over the edge.
but we can never get there if we have this animosity towards even beginning to do it. And there is plenty of evidence out there, like going to the Native American part of it, the Aboriginal American part of it. I have a book that shows like pictures of Red Cloud and the rest of them when they was having the Indian wars. Like they had cameras, so there is a bunch of evidence out there. There's a bunch of concrete
And,
direct
like I
sources.
said, there's also archaeological evidence to show that they were slaving each other and warring each other and all of that stuff, using biological warfare, putting dead bodies upriver and things like that. I mean, like I said, it's a story that I think showing one side. I think reacting to the bad way it's been taught by teaching it badly to the other direction is just as a misjustice as has been carried along all along. We don't have to ramp up the horribleness of it to make up for the bullshit and lightly touched in the past. We need to get to the reality of it, not the cold, harsh nakedness of it. No, we need more of the whole story, the integrated story, not one side or the other.
But we can't get there because there's so much pushback and denial, and you know, the atrocities done on whichever side. You know, we can't get there. We can't even talk about it. They have a problem with that. You know, I mean, the whole truth is what we need to figure out. We need to know the history so that we won't repeat it. I mean, it's really simple. One last comment says, I couldn't agree more, but I'm a social studies teacher headed into year 32. This is what we need, but there are too many cowardly people in this country. That's basically exactly what I was saying. Oh man, I gotta pee. This is an interesting story right here. It says scientists use Wi-Fi routers to see humans through walls.
Yes, 5G signals can do that. We were talking about that a year ago
And I
before
can't,
they launched all that crap.
whatever reason, it won't let me play the videos of this stuff. So it says scientists turn
That,
Wi-Fi routers.
that's not a video. See the two dots? That's a two-panel page.
No, this right here, it has a video, but it won't let me play the sound. For some reason, I've been having blocks. They're blocking me on this. Is something happened? I don't know. I can't figure out why.
Can you
Let me
play
read.
it? Can you hear it when you're not on the show?
I listened to this clips of it earlier before I started this show. Like, so that's
It
when I
could
put all
be
this together.
it could be SoundCloud doing it, or it could be StreamYard having to do it,
Yeah, something they're doing is blocking.
or because you're watching through StreamYard, it's stopping it from happening.
Yeah, something like that. Let me read this. It says scientists turn Wi-Fi routers into cameras that can see people through walls. Researchers at Carnegie Mellon University found a way to detect the 3D shape and movements of people in a room using only Wi-Fi routers with no cameras or LIDAR. The Carnegie Mellon researchers wrote that they believe Wi-Fi signals can serve as ubiquitous substitute for normal RGB cameras. When it comes to sensing people in a room using Wi-Fi, they wrote, overcomes obstacles like poor lighting and occlusion that regular camera lenses face. It says, interestingly enough, the Carnegie Mellon researchers said that this invention is actually progress for privacy rights. Really? In fact, most households in developed countries already have Wi-Fi at home, and this technology may be scaled to monitor the well-being of elder people or just identify suspicious behaviors at home, the researchers say. And it says,
Police are already using it. They've been
yeah,
using it for at least a year that I know of, which means probably 3 to 5 years.
yeah. So they're saying, you know, this could be a good thing or whatever, well-being of elders, suspicious behaviors at home, whatever, man. So
No,
like,
SWAT teams use it to identify active bodies.
yeah. So what about somebody who's put on the list of terrorists?
You can't tell who is who individually. You can only see body shapes moving and
Yeah.
what they're doing.
Well, I can't help but to feel
So
like this
you can
could
tell
be.
there's 6 people in the room, but you can't tell which of these 6 people that one person is unless there's physical distinguishing factors.
Yeah. So, well, I can't help but to feel like this would be misused or is being misused probably right now. Like I say, somebody who says something that the government doesn't like, and they put them on some kind of terrorist watch list, and all they need is you to have Wi-Fi in your house, and they're in there watching you and trying to build a case against you on some stuff. You're not really a criminal, you know.
Well, they do that already. If you've got a phone or any kind of sound-driven device like a TV or a hotspot, Alexa, whatever.
Yeah. So, well, this just gives them a whole nother tool, you know, that they can use all of those together and put together a whole comprehensive.
All this does, what they're doing is they're saying they can do 3D image mapping using Wi-Fi. That's all they're saying. They're saying they can show you bodies and locations by the disturbance in the Wi-Fi signal in the 5G stuff, which I thought that was the whole idea that they were that was one of the things that they were doing, because that's the next step in the tracking technology for the smart cities.
Whew, I just, dystopian future. That's what I'm hearing with this. And it's like, I think a lot of people will hear this and want to throw their Wi-Fi receiver out of their house, you know? Can we have any amount of privacy?
China's been there for a while. I mean, shit, you jaywalk in China, the cameras facial recognition you and directly withdraw the amount of the fine from your money in your bank account right then and there.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that's what I
Like,
say. I
bam.
think that China is the future. That's the direction that we're going in here over here in the States too. I think it will be there.
Exactly the direction they're wanting to do with these 15-minute smart cities.
15 minute.
They're wanting to do with these 15 minute smart cities. 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 15 minute
Yeah. So man, I
Surveillance, what is
mean,
it? Surveillance, monitoring, um, something, and tracking. There's a letter for there's a word for each level of smart, which basically says the whole idea is to track, keep track of, monitor, and predict the behavior of anyone in that area.
yeah,
One
man.
thing,
So
another good reason to go to electric vehicles. Electric vehicles, a good one only has about a 400-mile range, right? Well, what if they all of a sudden decide, well, you do not need to have any reason to go to Dallas? Boom, we're just going to shut your car down for you.
just gonna turn it off.
You don't need to be there.
So yeah, man. So we don't
You
have
know, a
we
cop
can't even
pulls in
have.
behind you. A cop moves in behind you. They won't even have to worry about pulling you over anymore. They'll just be able to boop a little button and it's going to shut your shit down right there if you don't pull over. No more high
That,
speed chases.
well, that may be a good thing. I ain't gonna even lie. And they did that in that movie.
Oh no.
They did that in that movie. Damn it, I can't think of the name of it. Anyways, I
It's
mean,
been in
like,
a few movies now. It's been in a few movies now. Now
uh,
that cars are more hackable, they can be done. It actually can be done to cars now. It's not a feature that's accessible by law enforcement or anyone, at least that we know of yet.
yeah, I can't help but to say, right off the top, I just don't like this. I'm like, can we have any amount of privacy, like, and just inside of our own home? Can we just not be worried about, the government, watching us, even through our Wi-Fi
Dude,
devices? Like,
this is the same government that you want to protect us, educate our children, and take care of us, man.
uh,
Same
I, I,
government.
I
I
don't, I
don't
don't
trust
like
them.
this. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Let me read a couple comments. This one, it says Bruce Wayne had this over a decade ago. This one, it says, so you turned every Wi-Fi in the city into a tracking device. That's too much power for one person. Tell me, man.
That's
Um,
another Batman reference.
Another comment, it says major privacy violation. Another comment, it says, the more I live in this world, the more I believe a billionaire can definitely become Batman, but they choose not to. I mean, I made the argument before. I don't think we really want Batman out there. We don't want that. He's going to be doing whatever he wants to. And vigilante justice is
Yeah.
not the answer.
It's not Batman that I'm afraid of. It's the people that rise up to challenge Batman and become the supervillains that he fights that scare me. See, the
Yeah, but
idea is
what
Batman is supposed to be a reaction to criminals and stuff that have gone wild. But a vigilante like that, who goes after them first, well, the natural order of the universe says that someone of his power or like is going to rise up. He is going to create that kind of a villain because
that's kind of what,
there's a power gap and nature abhors a vacuum.
right. That's kind of how it happens in the comic books every time too. So, but I say the
Well,
Batman could be the bad guy.
hero only rises out of some bad thing that happens because a villain creates a situation. Or like Watchmen, the heroes came up, the vigilante heroes came up and started wearing costumes because the gangs started wearing costumes. So the vigilantes did, and that became an escalation between the heroes and the vigilantes and all that. Because remember, in the Watchmen world, there was only one with superpowers. So, but that's like the Batman thing. It's like in the case of Batman, the criminal started Batman, but if a Batman comes up, then he's going to create people wanting to challenge him as the villain just because people are fucked up like that.
Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says, I don't understand why people think that this is a good idea. Wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Another comment, it says, soon survival of the fittest will become survival of the smartest. That's interesting.
No, that sounds more like the 80s. See, you got to remember, this whole world has switched. Remember, it used to be the jocks and everything, and the sports guys that ran everything, and now it's the intellectuals, the geeks, and the weirdos are starting to take over. So yeah.
Shout out to the weirdos. Let me read another one. It says, it's a shame they too get mind manipulated, thinking they're doing the people good, when they're actually working on the elite's master plan, which is total control. You'll call me another conspiracy theorist, but then you also won't know what they have been doing to routers here. Forcefully didn't ask if we wanted it. How all this 5G thing is going to be implemented and the 5G towers are actually going to be used for. So yeah, you wouldn't be ready for this conversation. It's a weird way to talk.
No, trust me, I know that exact conversation. I touched at it a little bit about the 5G and why we were wanting it in the smart city. That's the conversation he's talking about. I can go there with him, but I'd rather, you know me, I prefer to come to the bridge and meet in the middle rather than try to get you to come all the way over.
Let me read another
And
comment. It
that's
says,
go on.
It says, Luscious Fox, shut this shit down, bruh. Another comment, it says, this idea was invented by Batman. So much Batman stuff in here. Another comment, it says, pretty sure Batman did this in Dark
They're all
Knight.
wrong too.
Yeah.
No, actually, Batman didn't use Wi-Fi. He used the microphones to create a sonar signal, because that was the theme, Batman, sonar, bats. He had every single phone in Gotham scan for the Joker's voice. And when he finally got it, he narrowed in on it and went there. And then they used the sound from all of the guys' wireless devices and stuff. They used because you can turn that stuff on and off whether they got their phone set. And he was using that to create a 3D mapping of of where they were and stuff like that. So it wasn't really 5G, but that special effects that they're using there, that wireframe, that's what it looked like in Batman. This is The Dark Knight. It's the second Christian Bale movie we're talking about. The one with the best live action Joker so far.
Let me read this one. It says, bro, what the F? Y'all don't see a problem with this bullshit? I'm really, really tired of this AI bullshit. Y'all should have never created this demonic ass shit. Bro, I'm ready for Jesus to come back and take his people from this world, because this shit's getting out of hand. I hate the world we're living in now.
Well, you know what? What if Jesus don't have a body to come back to and he has to come back through AI? Think about that. I
need to take a
if you think about it, if he is not to be born of, say, the new way of a virgin birth, a birth through which no man has a hand in, would be an AI.
It would be evil, if you ask me. I gotta take a really quick intermission. Let me play this video to give me a second.
Cool.
I'll be right back.
Debt relief. Student debt forgiveness under Joe Biden's plan. How the Supreme Court struck it down. And I went through all this stuff. I know all this stuff about student debt. Black kids are most impacted by it, how it hurts us. How 40% of us don't even end up getting degrees. And that about 50% of us, only about 50% of the students that get degrees feel that it helps them make more money. And then when you make more money or you get a job, doesn't mean you get a job as good as a white guy or a white woman or a Latina woman or Asian woman. And it doesn't mean you make the same amount of money. And a lot of factors impact this. A lot of things lead to this, such as about 48% of black kids who go to school come from poverty-ridden areas, which means they don't have the tax base. Being from poverty doesn't mean you're a bad person. It means you don't have the tax base because the budget for the schools are based on the tax base of the people that live around the school. And if those people don't have money, then you don't have a well-funded school. If you don't have a well-funded school, you don't have a great gymnasium, but you also don't have a great lab or a computer lab. You don't have great books. And since you don't have the money, you can't employ the best teachers. So it's a cumulative effect of being black and being poor in America. This is what happens. Unless you are privileged, then you will struggle. Let's take this all in. About 48% of black kids from poverty backgrounds go to college. But white kids from the same type of background, poverty-ridden areas, only about 8% of them try to go to college. Because if you're white and you're broke, you don't have to go to college to make a decent living. Let's be clear, even black professionals, blacks who get bachelor's degrees, they end up with 2/3 the wealth of a white person who dropped out of school. Let me say that one more time. Even black people with a bachelor's degree end up making 2/3 or having 2/3 the wealth that white people end up with when they drop out of school. Don't even finish high school. So we need to be very clear about what's going on here. And I want to also, so I got 2 points. Even though I got all this information, let me tell you, man, I don't think Joe Biden ever had any intention of getting this done. Joe Biden did not mean to get this done. He didn't care. He said it because it sounded good. Debt forgiveness sounds like a good buzzword. It'll get the blacks excited. We'll get some of these progressives to shut the hell up and get off my ass. And it'll be a good thing to say on the campaign trail. We know.
Whew. Okay, I'm back. I apologize. Yeah, I don't know that Biden had any intention, but I'm optimistic on that. That would debt forgiveness would directly affect me personally. So, hey, I got my fingers crossed.
You know how I feel about it. I think they should figure out what the amount of the average 2-year community college degree is, which is going to be 24 grand. And that should be the level of erasure. 2-year degree from a community college. I think that's fair.
I'm cool with that.
I think that's fair to people that want to go further on because that is a choice of their own making. I think that's fair to people who have paid off their debt because they're giving people a chance. They're using the chance that they took and where they got ahead to help people do a little better. And if some people do better, more people do better, we all do better. We get this middle class rebuilt. Maybe we can take some of the pressure off of the lower class because right now there's only two. You either make $100,000 or more a year or you don't make squat. We need to start teaching these kids and these people growing up to live a little more modestly. Set a little back. Don't keep up with the Joneses, man. I mean, I wish I had the money to keep up with the Joneses. If I had been making the money to keep up with the Joneses, I'd still be making that money. I never made that money because I didn't need it. Now that I need it, no one wants to offer me because I've been settling for less than I've been worth because I've been happy. So now I ain't happy and nobody's gonna fucking pay me.
Yeah, well, Money ain't everything. Well, before I move on, let me ask you this. So the name of the show today is Quality of Life. And at the beginning, I did a short monologue about how, like, in hospice, when people go into hospice, they tend to focus on quality of life. It becomes really important. And I was just wondering, why do we focus on quality of life at the end of our life, and we don't focus on quality of life, earlier in our life, like throughout our life? You know, it kind of goes with what you were just saying, because money, just making money, making lots of money, grinding is cool. Like, we need money to survive or whatever, but taking a day off, not making that extra $1,000 or whatever, and having a little bit more time with the family, or just being creative, or just pursuing something that fills you, fulfills your soul, or just learning some stuff, just to learn some stuff that doesn't have to do with making money. Why don't we focus more on quality of life during our life, and when we're in hospice, then all of a sudden we're focusing on quality of life when we only got a short amount of time left? What do you think about that?
Well, think about it too. Look at if you'll notice what all the young kids and stuff, what the newest big trends are on Facebook, TikTok, and all that. The grind life is starting again. And we're talking about all this. We're talking not a living wage, a minimum wage, yet at the same time, everything you see is about grind, hustle, grind, hustle. Make your money, be your millionaire, get all your money. Here's an easy way. I can show you how. As I flash what does that say? That says for movie use only on that bill, doesn't it? Yeah, I caught that, by the way.
It's all over the internet. It's like the whole thing, it's like everything that's being said. And it's like the way people measure success is by how much money you make. Like, does really making more money, does that really improve your quality of life? Can you not make so much money and have a decent life?
Well, I don't know, man, but I'll tell you what, if you buy my course for $99 a month, I can show you how I live like this.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what everyone is saying. That's the whole damn internet. So it really sucks to me how, the measurement for success is money. The person who makes the most money is the one who's the most successful. And I absolutely do not agree with that at all.
I am the first person to say money cannot buy you happiness, but it does make one hell of a down payment.
Yeah, but again, you could probably buy some happiness, but are you successful in life?
You can't buy happiness. If you got to pay money for it, you're just renting it.
But why does your success in life has to be measured by dollars? How come we can't measure success in life in other ways? Why does it have to be money? There's so many other ways that you can measure success. Why is money the go-to? And again, the hospice thing. Tell me what you think about that. Hospice, quality of life. Focusing on quality of life at the end of your life when you're about to be gone. Don't they do that, right? Am I crazy? What do you think? I don't know, man. I just think it's crazy. Crazy way of thinking. It's totally backwards. We should be thinking about quality of life at the beginning of life and throughout life. It just shows the hypocrisy of the system that we live in. Work until you're about to die. Then when you're about to die, now focus on quality of life. When it doesn't even really matter that much anymore. I think it matters more when you're living and live and be able to move around. But that's what they teach us. Let's go into this. It says Supreme Court denies affirmative action for everyone but wealthy and white. Opinion. Sacramento Bee. It says, I'm a graduate of Mills College, a woman's college in Oakland. There was a time when a black woman, my options for higher education were limited, but because affirmative action successfully addressed the centuries-long discrimination in higher education, I was able to earn my degree while caring for my 2 children as a single mother on public assistance. I met my mentor, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, received my master's degree in social work, became a successful small business owner, served in Congress, and ran to be only the 3rd black woman in our nation's history to serve in the U.S. Senate. The list of barriers to higher education is already long, and I fear that this ruling, we are turning back the clock, and a generation of talented young people of color may not be given the same opportunities that I had. So, Representative Barbara Lee, she says, education has always been the great equalizer, which is why people of color have been systematically shut out of the education opportunities for centuries. I wrote in the Sacramento Bee about why this decision is just another attempt to uphold white supremacy. Let me read a couple comments. First comment, it says, access to education is so important. I fear the effects this decision is going to have on marginalized communities. Thank you for sharing your experience. I hope a solution is on the horizon. Another comment says, Clarence Thomas does not understand that when he is in shirt and pants at the supermarket, some white woman is going to walk up to him and ask him if he works there. Well, Clarence Thomas probably doesn't go to the supermarket, so I don't think that's going to happen to him. He's so far out of regular folks. He's not a regular person. Another comment that says, Katie Porter for Senate. I like Katie Porter. I don't know how they threw that in there, but I like her. Another comment that says, also a graduate from Mills, which for all intents and purposes no longer exists. Another comment that says, you are a wonder and even wonders need a leg up. Another comment that says, access to education is so important, the SCOTUS isn't done destroying our democracy. Another comment that says, why we are letting corruption run America, Clarence and those others should not have seats. Another comment, amazing how square pegs do not and cannot fit round holes. GOP are about as square worth crooked corners as they come. One more comment, it says, you are a disgrace. This is the most racist comment I've ever heard from you, and I've heard a lot of them. You are apparently against well-deserving students of any race, hardworking, sacrifice, perseverance, being admitted on merit. Quota systems for races happen in third world countries, not the United States. Another comment, it says, lies. You are saying that black students cannot succeed without being given special privileges? You are the racist. America needs God, praying for our country, and that you get voted out soon. They had to throw God in there. Another comment, it says, you are such an important voice and influence in our country. Proud to have you standing up for what's right as our representative. These comments are on both sides. It kind of shows how divided our country is. You know, we have people that are, you know, complete opposites of these topics right here. Like, the division is stark here in the United States. You know, how come we can't find a middle ground as far as understanding each other or whatever? Like, we can't sympathize or whatever. Like, it's all just kind of like calling each other names and stuff. Like, you know, how far have we come? You know, are we evolving or are we devolving? You know, what is the future going to hold as a result of this? You know, all of this animosity and anger and strife and division. This is from Move On again. It says, a little weird though that a private business can choose to deny a customer because she is a member of a protected class, but a private university cannot choose to accept a customer because she is a member of a protected class. So yeah, that's a mind fuck right there. They're talking about the Supreme Court decision and it being inconsistent. There's a comment under here. It says their bigotry and fascism are very consistent. Pink Floyd is the name of this person. Another comment, it says no, not inconsistent at all. They're constantly taking away equal rights and treatment from all marginalized people. They've lashed out women, indigenous people of color, and LGBTQIA plus in the last several days. Another comment, it says, funny how all that works. It's like they aren't even hiding it anymore. One more comment. It says the MAGA 6 Supreme Court justices are nothing more than corrupt, pay-to-play political justices pretending to be fair towards all Americans. Truth be told, these 6 MAGA extreme Republicans, SCOTUS, have been brought by corrupt Republican dark donors. One more. Twisting the Constitution to protect the privileged and powerful, rendering the concept of equal justice under the law all but meaningless, the American way. Scathing. Oh, this one is interesting to me. Check this out. It says, what the F were you searching for that got you banned for a decade? It says, bro, no one told me you can get banned from Google. It has a clip right here. This is a screenshot that this person put up. It says, Google, you have been banned from Google due to several requests from the United States government on the topics you've been searching over the last 5 years. We have decided to take action. You no longer have permission to use Google, nor make a new Gmail account under your name. If we are made aware that you are trying to make a new account, legal action will be taken. You may return to Google on the following date, June 26, 2033. 2033. This dude can't get back on Google for 10 years. Wow, I did not know they could do this. Like, and that's why at the top it says, what the F were you searching that got you banned for a decade? What was this dude looking up? I really would love to know, so that I won't type that stuff in. But then I want to know more about that stuff, because if that's the stuff that gets you freaking banned from Google, then that's probably some stuff you need to know about or want to know about or whatever. This is amazing right here. It shows the power of the where we are in the world. You know, they could just stop you from Google is the largest.
No, that comment right there at the bottom says maybe you don't want to know all that.
Maybe
what they were looking for.
Maybe you don't.
Dr. Candy Cane there says all that child porn.
Oh shoot, yeah. Let me get to it. Let me read the caption first. It says, "Bruh, he about to get himself swatted." It says, "Yes, Google can ban your account. We may suspend or stop providing our service to you if you do not comply with our terms or policies. If we are investigating suspected misconduct." It can't get much more clear than that. If Google doesn't like what you're doing, it can suspend or terminate your account at any moment. Found on Google. So the comment, it says, all the child porn, and they ain't blocked them folks yet. But what was he searching for to get him banned? Dun, dun, dun. That's really interesting. That was a twist right there, because I thought that this person was going to say, you know, it was the child porn or whatever the dude was probably Googling or something that got him in trouble. But she's saying that, you know, it's a bunch of child porn floating around the internet, and that obviously not getting people in trouble as far as we know, as far as them getting blocked from internet or whatever. But then too, what do we know? We don't know what this guy was Googling or whatever. What we do know is that if you Google the wrong stuff, you can get blocked. You know, and Google is the biggest search engine. So like, there's other search engines that you can use, but if you're blocked from Google, then you're going to be really limited. So then I guess you're going to be having to go to the dark web, and they're outlawing the what do you call them? The NFTs? I'm saying it wrong. The ones that you protect your
VPNs,
VPNs. They're outlawing.
Virtual private network.
They're making it illegal for you to use those. So like, if they're making that illegal and then they blocking this guy from Google, then this guy is going to be extremely limited on his usage of the internet. Extremely limited. It's probably going to drive him to the dark web.
Dude, if he's getting banned by Google searches, he's already there.
Yeah. So what do you think about this? What are the implications of this, you think?
I think that there's a 90% chance that that's a fake or higher.
What do you mean, that it didn't really happen? That he made
No.
this page up
Yeah,
like it's a fake screenshot here?
yeah.
Okay. It,
No watermark, no link. Google trademark, being banned from Google trademark. That's not the way. I've never got a message from them that had any kind of a heading or thing like that. The font is central. The font is central and all of that. It's not done like an actual communication letter, done to the side of the page, done professionally to the side of the page.
Well, I'm glad
that's just not the way that's going to come out, man.
Well, I'm glad you said that.
But
because,
it's funny. But it's funny. It is 100% funny.
Because it got.
It's a great meme.
And everything is fake and a lie on the fucking internet. Like, especially the stuff that goes viral, like all of it. Like, I've been noticing, like, more and more you have these incidents that look real. That like somebody. I saw one where just yesterday or today, where it was the chick was saying that they were getting evicted and they hadn't paid the mortgage because they were married, and the husband had given her the money to pay the mortgage, and apparently she hadn't been paying it, and she bought like a Birkin bag or something, and she bought some stuff for him or whatever. She said she bought a new car, and that's the reason why they hadn't paid the mortgage. And like, he just walked in and saw that it was a eviction notice outside of the door, and she was nonchalantly packing up the stuff, and he was like, "What the f," And
well, they did another one. Those two guys. A lot of those are just little skits put on.
Right. So, but most people who see it think it's real, and then they react to it.
I don't see how with the bad acting these people have.
Yeah. When I was reading it, when I saw it, I immediately was like, because at first I was like, damn, that would be fucked up.
Some of these people sound about as natural as you trying to read science shit.
Yeah.
And that's not a diss on you, by the way. Science shit's hard.
Yeah. So
I'll try to, and that's the way they sound. They sound somewhere like they're either reading it off of the cue card, or they're having to picture the line in their mind, and they're literally reading it off of the screen in their mind.
Yeah. So, but immediately when I first saw it, my first reaction was thinking that it was real. But then after I was reading the comments, and then somebody said this is absolutely fake or whatever, and then I got to thinking about it, I was like, yeah, most likely this is. So, but like most of the stuff is like
here's the thing about it though. It may be a fake video, but how often is the shit they're talking about not fake?
Right, like when it happens for real.
I see that shit. I look at it like, okay, we got a skit, But then I used to do when I was in when I was in Longview and Texarkana, I used to do Crime Stoppers videos. You know how they do they'd hire people to do the reenactment videos of the crime, and did you ever did you see someone around this address at this, maybe doing something like that. I got freaking taken in too to the police because I was there all till about 6 o'clock, about 8:30 in the morning when the PR officer, the guy in charge of public relations, came in, and as soon as he saw me, he's like, "Oh God." And he said, "We need to let him go." It's like, why? He's not your guy. He's the guy that did the Crime Stoppers video for it. So, that's what it is in a way. I mean, they're recreating a crime. You say it's a skit. I mean, I guarantee you most of them ain't going to be on the next episode of Empire the way they act.
I wonder what would happen if they actually did ban you from Google. Would it just be like it doesn't show up anymore, or like you try to click on it and it just freezes up? You saw how on Twitter, you heard about Twitter. Elon Musk was like, only 600 tweets you can see, and if you're verified, you can get like 6,000 or whatever. Like there's a limit on the tweets. Do I have something on that? Did you see that?
No.
That's a real thing that happened.
Gee. I'm sorry. If I can remember correctly, it's 600 a day for a new unverified account.
Right.
1,000 a day for a unverified account. 3,000 a day for some other account, and then your verified blah blah is like 6,000 a day, something like that. There were 4 tiers in it, with 300, 600, and I think 1,000, or at least 300 and 600 being the two lowest. 300 being like you just signed in and you're unverified. And then the other one being, I think you've been in a few days or a week or something like that. Or maybe one is like if I were to go and not make an account on Instagram or Twitter, you can still see stuff and things.
Yeah. And
I
so
think that's the 300. And then once you've actually got an account, it's like 600. And then verified and then check mark, I think, are 2 different levels. I don't know.
And once you've reached the limit, then you just get like an error message. Let me read a couple of these comments and I'm gonna move on from this. It says he better be on his best behavior on Bing. That's pretty funny. The next one, it says, so on the post I saw of this, there was a girl saying a friend of hers got a job at Google because they noticed what he was searching and reached out to him. Same chick also said her professor was being restricted, flagged, because he was always looking into Huey P. Newton and the Black Panther Party. But he was an African American studies professor. We've accepted technology as a default, so nothing we do is private anymore. I think that's valid right there. So like, having to do with your searches, you could probably end up on one of those terrorist lists like I was talking about earlier, just based on so they don't block you on Google, but because they got records of the stuff that you've been Googling, then they could put you on a terrorist list and be like, this guy is a black extremist or whatever, because he's Googling stuff about Huey P. Newton or whatever. Move on from this one. I ain't gonna lie, I was thinking that it was real.
20 years ago, that phrase would have been because he was searching too much on the Kennedy assassination. And nowadays it's because he was investigating the Black Panther Party. That's almost ripped from a time machine. That statement right there, and then changed for today. Just point that out.
Check this out. It says the legendary 304 Stroll, Bissonnette Street in Houston, is officially retired.
Freeway nightly. At 10 p.m., the barriers go up and don't come down until early the next morning. Neighbors tell me they've noticed a difference.
It's helping. We don't see them. Like, it's been about, I would say, 2 weeks. We've seen a lot of police action around here, and we haven't seen them.
Julio Serpas has run Thunder Auto Sound on Bissonnet near Center for 21 years. He applauds HPD's initiative.
Whatever that authorities are doing is working, so I see much of a difference now, and it's great. I'm so happy for that.
So, how are things stacking up numerically? According to our 13 Investigates team, in April, HPD responded to 20 prostitution offenses in that area and 15 in the same region in May. So far in June, they've responded to 0 prostitution offenses in that area. The goal is for the shutdowns to prevent people from making a continuous loop in a notorious area everybody wants cleaned up. Looks like all it took was a different approach.
How this is different than previous initiatives is that we're not focusing solely on trying to arrest our way out of the problem. We're really trying to build in more environmental design related solutions.
It's a sight folks who live in Southwest Houston have become accustomed to. Night walking, solicitation for sex, and prostitution until recently.
So now they're showing up and there's nobody out here. It's a ghost town at night.
Since May 16th, Houston Police's West Side Division has been shutting down Center Parkway in Plainfield between Bissonnet and the Southwest Freeway nightly. At 10 p.m., the barriers go up and don't come down until early the next morning. Neighbors tell me they've noticed a difference.
Yeah, I already don't feel like this is probably working, you know, and then I have to say that I think they should just legalize prostitution anyways. I mean, it sounds like a victimless crime anyways. I know
they're just moving. They're just going to be moving to another street or another area. That's all.
Yeah.
That's like blocking off the road for homeless people. They're just going to move to a different area.
Yeah. You know, and I know it's like you don't really want to see them, like, and I think that's what a lot of this is. Like, the people in the area just don't want to see it. So even if they move to somewhere else, then they're happy because they don't have to look at it, you know. Seeing it is what bothers them, you know, and I get that, you know. I think they should just legalize it. It'll make it safer for everyone involved, you know, and then you can get some taxes out of it, you know, fund some schools or something, you know, because the people are going to do it. And, you know, it just makes it dangerous for the girls. It makes it dangerous for the Johns, everybody, you know, it's not safe. So, but if you legalize it, then you can make it more safe and you can tax it. I think that's the answer to this.
All they have to do is get that whole plan reversed and go right back there is to move over into a white people area. They go start walking the street down near River Oaks or somewhere like that. I guarantee you they'll be opening that right back up so they can go back over there.
Yeah, there ain't no coincidence that it's over there. That's a horrible area.
Well, they'll be giving them rides over there. It's like, no, you can't stay here. We're going to give you a ride back to Bissonnet.
Yes, because how do you think it probably affects the property values and everything? It probably affects the traffic that you get in the regular local businesses that's in that area. You know, people are not going to want to go to the store or whatever it is that's in that area because they got to look at this shit going on.
Well, that's the one thing about the prostitution and stuff that's not so bad to the area. At least if you show your house during the day, they're not going to really see it.
But it has a reputation.
I know.
Yeah, people know all across the states.
That's why you dump your property in that area to homeowners from out of state.
Yeah. I'll read a couple comments. It says, how big of an accomplishment is this for the city? Another comment, it says, all they did was move to West Belford. They not stopping shit. LOL, shaking my head. Another comment, it says, pimping ain't dead. It just moved to the website, Pimp C. Another comment, it says, it moved to West Belford. Another comment, it says, they walking, making their way to airline. Another comment, it says, prostitution is the oldest profession. You absolutely cannot shut it down. It's cute when they try. Another comment, it's not prostitution, it's human trafficking. They aren't gone. They just gone into hiding and change location. This is not a solution. This is a cover-up. Yeah, so the human trafficking, you know, and like I say, if they make it legal, then you won't have human trafficking. is because it's illegal, that uses a cover for them to do other illegal stuff. Force them out there to do it.
That's absolutely not true.
What do you mean?
If you make it legal, it's not going to stop the human trafficking. Human trafficking in the sex business, you're just assuming that everything's going to be hunky dory and all the girls are just going to be able to do what they want. No. There's still going to be pimps, madams. There's still going to be all of that stuff going on with it.
Well, if you
it's
have
still
licenses,
going to be an abusive profession, and there are still going to be people who keep weak girls, drugged up and gaslighted and all of that. Human trafficking is psychological as much as it is legal or not. Most of the people that are human trafficked are actually trafficked into legal labor jobs and stuff like that.
well, how could they continue to do human trafficking if it's legitimized and it's a legal business, and they have to have licenses, they have to have inspectors,
Okay,
they have to have.
nail salons.
What about nail salons?
Nail salons. Do you know how many of the nail people and stuff like that are human trafficked and working in those things under conditions of human trafficking? Quite a bit. But they're still legal. They do it. They still keep their paperwork right, but they still keep their people. They get them over. They'll take passports from them. They'll take IDs from them. You don't get that back. We have that now. You work for us. We give you what, human trafficking. See, sometimes I am completely blatantly shocked at how naive you are on so many subjects about this, despite the fact you've lived and grown up in and near a city that is full of human trafficking and all this.
Yeah, well, I'm not a criminal, so it's gonna be a lot of
No,
stuff
but
that
if you smoked, if you've been around people that do, if you've known.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
That was weird. Everything just went weird. Okay. But yeah, if you've been anywhere around a criminal, that's like, sometimes it's like all of the people that were online that were going, when Trump was talking about how they were using coyotes to bring people across the border, people were going, what, they're tying babies to dogs now? Oh, he's stupid.
Yeah, well, I know what coyotes are.
Yeah, but okay. I forget too, I'm a writer, and some of the things I write are adventure games that pit good guys and bad guys together. I've seen more than 3 cop shows, and have a little more passing knowledge about human trafficking and stuff, because it is one of the things that I talk about and things. So I do know a little bit more about it and how it's done and the results of it, and why I thought that one of the funniest things going on is the whole time we had a Republican president going on and everyone was talking about how horrible he was and how bad his Justice Department was. We rolled a record number of human trafficking and sex trafficking rings up into jail and shut them down. Of course, the real question that a lot of people want to ask is, what side was that for and who won that? Was that just clearing out the competition for someone, or just showing enough that they could hide a whole bunch more?
I want to cover a couple more before I go. I'm getting tired. Can you hear me? My mic just did something weird. Okay. This one, it says, Trump pressured former Arizona governor to overturn 2020 election results. Sources. ABC News posted this. It says, former President Trump attempted to pressure then Governor Ducey to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in Arizona, according to multiple sources familiar with the matter. There's an article link, but I'm not going to go to it. I don't feel like doing a bunch of reading. Comments. The first one, it says ABC equals propaganda, and then they show clown emojis. The next one, it says arrest him, hold him accountable. No man is above the laws in America. Another comment, it says, with all these crimes, anyone else would have already been locked up. So much for justice for all. Another comment, it says, he needs to be indicted for that crime too. Another comment, it says, no doubt this guy is a clown. Who cares about nothing other than himself? We can do better. Another comment, it says, stop posting this to distract the public from the issues of the current administration. It's old news, and he has the constitutional right to run for re-election. Yeah, people always want to point fingers. You know, if the guy did something, then he did that thing, you know. I think you didn't want to talk about that. You know, I don't know that it's a distraction from the current administration. I think that if the current administration was doing something, you talk about that, and you can talk about what this guy did too.
You have completely gone with the full leftist energy lately, man.
What do you mean?
Seriously, you were just as much pointing fingers at both sides a few months ago, and now it's all, well, let's just do this. And it's always that. I'm still a little miffed about the way you cut half my comment out on your little reel.
What are you talking about?
One of your reels cuts my comment in half, where I was ditching both the right and the left. You just cut it so it was only a comment against the right.
Well, those things are only 15 seconds. I can't get.
If I was in any way, it was something I said. If I was problem, I would have asked something about take it down. It was said. I'm not worried about it, but I know all of the answers and responses to what I just said. So don't worry about it. It's all cool. It's just something that I noticed.
Yeah, those things are really hard to do. It's only 15 seconds. I always want to get more in there, and it's just tough. It's way harder than it seems. Let's see. It says, yeah, because 81 million people really voted for a dementia patient that can't stay on his 2 feet. Yeah, well, that may be true.
Like I said, this whole thing right here, yeah, we all know this. We talked about this over here. You literally brought it up so you can sit here and agree with all the people that say Orange Man bad and go, oh, well, what about this current government? Literally every time, oh, well, this is what we're talking about now. Oh, no, well, let's talk about, yeah, you're going along with the distractions because, hey, yeah, let's focus on this ABC News. Let's not talk about the Supreme Court decision or this or that. Let's not talk about the other school shooting that went on. Let's not talk about the gang shooting in Detroit that left 8 kids dead. Let's just talk about this Orange Man again. Let's not talk about how the day Hunter took a plea deal in a huge government screw-over case, he was at a White House dinner. But Orange Man's bad, so let's focus on this. Okay.
I'm pretty sure
we're not going to be distracted because Orange Man.
I'm pretty sure I covered that, the Hunter thing. I'm pretty sure I covered that. I can't cover everything. What is this one?
Republicans from living exactly how they want to live. Republicans are trying to ensure that other people can't get abortions. Republicans are trying to ensure that other people can't get married if they're in the LGBT community. Republicans are trying to ensure that other people can't read the books that they don't like. The GOP knows that there's no threat to their way of life. They're just upset that they're not able to impose their way of life onto everyone else. That's the issue here. What they're doing is projecting because they don't want anyone else to have the freedom to live differently from the way that they live their lives. And if you don't believe me, the next time you encounter one of these people, ask them what they've lost, because the answer is nothing. No one is stopping Republicans from living exactly how they want to.
So Joyanne Reed posted this. This was a point that I was making in some video. I don't remember. The comment, it says they scream about freedom while taking it from others. And the comment I was making about how is being a conservative, wanting to tell other people's what to do, like how does that fall into conservatism?
Right now, both sides are trying to tell us what. One's trying to tell us what to do. The other's trying to tell us what to think. They're both saying we are the most moral, we are the most right, we are the way you should be. And both sides are fucking assholes because they don't give a shit really, except about their own ideas, their own way of thinking. And that's why I argue the shit out of both sides. That's why it bothers me how much you've gone on this anti-right. You're not just of left-leaning like you've been. You have been anti-right for several months now. I mean, you don't really even bother trying to look at both sides of a situation. I'm not seeing a bridge between the left and the right at all. I'm seeing right bashing to the point where normally I'm trying to get you two guys some sort of like middle ground, but there is no middle ground anymore. It's all bad. It's like, it's bothering me, man. I'm like I say, I'm much more middle ground, and the last anything I say that does not support your arguments is treated as opposition and not another way of thought, as much as an actual far right statement would be.
Well, that's what we're doing here. We're having these conversations, about these topics from
but it's
different
not a
perspectives.
conversation. Most of the time, it's a soapbox statement, and then it blows up into what's wrong with you for not, why can't you agree with this fully? Instead of, what's the different sides? There are no different sides. This is, I believe the quote you said was, that's the way it is.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's fair. We all have our perspectives, our point of views on things. We can't help but to have those, and that's what we're doing here on this show. Is you have your perspective, you argue your point, and we try to find where we agree, where we disagree. We try to make those lines or whatever. Try to get some clarity on the topics. When you make overall statements like that, that doesn't progress the conversation. You know what I mean?
That's what I've been taught. That's what I'm trying to talk. That's what I'm talking about. You've been getting more absolute.
It's like
you've been more anti-right than pro-left. The discussions have become more soapbox statements with generic support than actual explorations of topics.
Well, I don't agree with that.
You're coming from a convinced position instead of exploring.
Sometimes I can be guilty of coming from a convinced position. I'm not going to disagree with that statement. But like earlier, when we were talking about the history related to Germany covering their history versus the United States basically not covering their history, and you basically didn't want to engage on that topic at all.
No, as soon as I started trying to say something about it, um, I was immediately accused of, or it was immediately going to, no, that, see, now we're talking about an issue that I'm not going to get caught into a trap in, because there's too many racist connotations going there. And I did clarify what I very clearly clarified what I thought needed to be done on that. It's a slippery slope situation, because it's not being taught from an agreed upon facts, because there's different orientations of that history and different views of what's real and not. And you can't force you can't force that into the situation. Again, if I explain it in any other way, I know the argument that's going to come about. And I'm not about arguing that situation. I'm about finding the middle ground in it. Why it can't be done now? Because we need an agreed upon history. There is no doubt or interpretation of the Holocaust. There is doubt and interpretation about conditions and life under slavery. Like I said, we need to agree about history before we shove it down, because right now you've got two sides of history, one going, hey, let's stay with this chill version, and the other one, no, we must put all the brutality and everything in it, to every word in bloody detail now. And that is an overreaction to the generic history we're teaching, when in reality people need to know history, but they don't need to know the intricate detail of the history to the detail that a lot of people are trying to push right now. Those are advanced history topics. We need to get kids to understand enough about the world to get curious, if that's what they want to do, and teach them from there. And if they don't, at least have a ground understanding of where this all comes from. That's the whole idea of about 10th grade. You stop learning facts and you start learning how to take the facts that you have and put them towards solving problems, making answers, and decisions and things like that. Because 10th grade level is pretty high education for the most part, since most media and communications is set at an 8th grade level.
Yeah, and I think that people don't even progress much past that stage.
I will say that I think a lot of people find that level of media challenging.
Let's cover
which is
this
why
one.
Harry Potter did so well, because Harry Potter is written right about an 8th or 9th grade level, which is right at the top, right at the edge of that level of progression, but pushes you a little bit. You know, so everyone's all, man, I feel good. I made it through that book. That was awesome. But, you know, these are books that you and I were cranking out when we were like 6, 7 years old.
And she ended up being one of the highest selling authors of all time, something like that. And then she had hell publishing that stuff at first. It got pushed back, and then that they were on the list.
12 or 13 failures.
And those books were on the like ban list, or like not being able to put on the shelves. I can't remember, something I was reading about that recently.
Christians were trying to ban them because of magic is bad. Magic leads to the devil.
Yeah.
Bobby Boucher's mother said, magic is the devil.
Yeah, that girl is the devil. check this one. So we touched on this a minute ago. RIP Twitter trending. Talking about that. So A Conundrum posted this. She says, "Uh-oh, if you use Twitter for business, sucks to be you right now. Do you think he's going to reverse or go full steam ahead? Are you active or popping on Twitter? If so, what do you think will happen next? Imagine if all social media platforms limited our ability to comment. I bet folks would stop wasting keystrokes. Welcome to the life lesson of rights versus privilege. We take our free speech for granted and just talk, just filling up storage on these servers. Some folks above are kind of tired of our mouths complaining, claiming, chiming in on everything, spreading uninformed opinions and swaying the system. That's a lot of power. Too bad we don't respect it and really use it. They've thought of everything. Well, my friends, this is a test of your local broadcast system and platforms. Do you have your own platform to reach your customers? I do. And then she goes into her ad for her stuff. So RPT Twitter trending, Elon Musk, he says, to address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts a day. Unverified accounts, 600 posts, and new unverified accounts, 300. It says, me trying to read my 601st tweet of the day. RP Twitter rate limit exceeded. What did it say? Bit crap only having 600 tweets to view per day when these shitty promoted shop tweets will probably make up 590. It says, say goodbye to weak trimmers. Unleash the power of your weed beast. Oh, that was an ad. It says, everyone going to Instagram once their rate limit exceeds. RP Twitter. It says, me watching folks get their communications cut off while I own my own app. She used this as an opportunity to make it into an ad for her own stuff. But it's still interesting. You know, I guess, you know, the part where it says people run into Twitter.
Hey, damn it, that bitch just wasted one of my tweets.
Yeah. Freaking.
I'm not going over to her service now.
Yeah, so it says everybody going rushing to Instagram once their rate limits exceeds. You know, I think that it's kind of different groups of people. Like the people who are Twitter people are kind of like, they're not the same as Instagram people. You know what I mean? I think it's a different crowd. You know,
I'm like, if you're looking at over 600 posts a day, what the hell are you doing with it anyway? I mean, holy cow. I mean, TikTok, you're getting into TikTok range of stupidity there.
I don't know. You might be doing news. You might be a journalist, you know.
Okay, so if you're a journalist, verify your account, you get 6,000.
Fair.
That's what it is. It's like, you now have a free trial. You got a new trial. You got a free trial or a free version, and then you've got the full version. The trial version is the 300. The 600 is the free version of the app, and the verified is the paid. You now have 6,000. Eventually, what you want to bet, that cap goes off for the top end once they get the algorithm down.
So that you saying that really just it made my mind turn to think that's probably the whole reason why he's doing this, because Elon Musk is trying to make Twitter more profitable. So this could be a situation to drive people to pay for the paid version of the app so that they can view more tweets. Really simple. So that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I hadn't made that far in thinking about this, of why he did it. So, but that would make a lot of sense, trying to drive people into getting their verified account and paying for the Twitter Blue so they can have,
I mean, if you're going to be using it above 600 posts a day, like you said, you're probably a journalist or probably something like that, which means you're making money off of it, right? Which means why not pay for it? I mean, is that not the reasonable thing to do if you're using it as a resource?
Well, you ain't
Personally,
gonna have.
I think if you're using it and not paying for it, if you're using the resource and you're not paying for it, then you shouldn't be allowed to use it as a reference to your stuff because you are, it's not. Well, I don't know.
Well,
Anyway,
you won't have any choice
with it. But if you're making money off of it, one way or another, why not pay that $8 a month for it? You can take it off of your taxes. The government will pay for it anyway.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna have any choice. You're gonna have to. So I think that's what he's doing. He's trying to force people into it to paying
Like
for
I
it.
say, it's like, hey, if you just want to come on in, no big deal. Try it. Here's you some to try. We're going to double that if you just want to use it for free and whatever. And what that does is that stops people from making, the celebrity money on it because they're going to start getting narrowed out. And he gets his subscription, which is where he's going to be making his money from. All he's trying to do is build it up to where it is as valuable or more than it was before he bought it, and then he's going to sell it. He just wants to prove he can make money off this because everyone said he was going to lose so much money. He gonna make a couple of billion, go ha ha, and then dump the whole thing.
Yeah.
Maybe even create his own social network after that.
Yeah, and this might be a strategy. And then he's got Tucker. That's a big, that's a win. So let's cover this. It says those 10,000 5-star reviews are fake. Now they may also be illegal. So Washington Post posted this. It says as many as 30% to 40% of online reviews are fabricated or otherwise not genuine. Consumer advocacy groups and researchers like USPIRG estimate, though the rate of fakes can vary widely by type of product and website. There are global businesses dedicated to generating fake reviews for scammers and merchants looking for a shortcut. And the problem threatens to exploit in an era of artificial intelligence like ChatGPT that can generate remarkably human-like writing. Yet the federal government's approach to the problem has been to address it largely case by case through lawsuits until now. So the Federal Trade Commission proposes new rules to take aim at businesses that buy and sell, manipulate online reviews. If the rules are approved, they'll carry a big stick, a fine of up to $50,000 for each fake review for each time a consumer sees it. So what's against the rules? Reviews that misrepresent someone's experience with a product and that claim to be written by someone who doesn't exist. Reviews also can't be written by insiders like company employees without clear disclosures. The rules apply not only to the people who write fake reviews, but also to the middlemen who procure them and the companies who pay for them and know or should have known they were fake. Businesses can still ask real customers to write reviews because the FTC says it's a critical tool for small businesses to build an online reputation. The rules also don't specifically forbid rewarding a real customer with a gift card for leaving a review so long as they are not required to express a particular opinion. The rules also forbid a few more shady tactics such as review hijacking. That's when a merchant takes a product listing page filled with legitimate reviews and swaps in a different product that those customers never actually used. So how are they going to enforce this? The FTC says codifying rules can help it be more efficient in court, but it isn't actually getting any additional enforcement resources. Basically, they're not going to be able to enforce it. Sounds like to me at the end. But I think this is something they need to do. You know, I think a lot of people have known for a long time a lot of those reviews are fake, and it sucks. It really sucks because a business that is doing good things or selling a fair product, and then you got people getting on there with bots. You know, because people follow Yelp. People really do use Yelp, and they use it to make their decisions on what, you know, services or products they're going to buy. And if Yelp is full of a bunch of fake shit, then it's misguiding people, you know, and that's dishonest.
One of the ways I was making money during the pandemic was writing reviews for products on Amazon and restaurants and stuff like that. I got a certain amount per word. I had to do a certain number of words per post, and I got a certain amount of money for each post that I put.
Yeah.
I'd make about 8 or 10 different posts and then paste them to different companies and stuff like that, and, you know, take parts of it and rebuild it to reword it. Now GPT, I could just put in a few certain words, you know, review, say this, and this, and it will build a different response for each one.
Yeah, they need to wrangle this stuff in. It's pretty shady, and it's not fair. It's not fair to companies that are doing good products and good services. It benefits companies that are doing, you know, not good products and not good services.
Now, I'm not talking about putting negative reviews on websites. I'm talking about they're hiring you to put positive reviews for their products and stuff.
Yeah, that's still shady. Let me read a couple comments. This one, it says, Amazon is the site I use most for reviews. It's super easy to spot a fake review if they even exist. A fake review won't even match the product or it won't make sense. I've purchased many products from Amazon and I read the reviews. I haven't seen any fake ones. A well-reasoned review will discuss both pros and cons of any product. A fake review will not do those. I think this person right here is naive because he's saying that he hasn't read any fake reviews. It's this thing just said 10,000 5-star reviews were fake. So this person has definitely read a fake review and he thought it was real. And that's the danger in this. That's what's messed up. That's why they really need to wrangle this in. People thinking that they're reading authentic reviews and it's something that came off of Chat GPT. Not cool. Let me see. It says Yelp has the biggest scam going. If you don't advertise, they will take down legitimate reviews and say they don't pass their algorithm. Another comment says, how was this not regulated before? It's still not regulated, buddy. Another comment, it says, I know a realtor in California that claims to have the most Zillow reviews. I witnessed him go from 0 to hundreds, paid for fake reviews. Another comment, it says, yep, Shopify stores have tons of fake reviews. There's app you can install in your Shopify store and can write fake photo and comments. It says maybe they can find a way to fine you for fake news. What does that have to do with the topic? Another comment, it says, I hate fake Amazon reviews. Buy one, write 5-star reviews and get a free bottle, or reviews that don't even match the product. Another comment, it says, they should also ensure that companies like Yelp don't blackmail small businesses by manipulating the business reviews. Yelp would reach out to small businesses and ask them to buy ads. If the business declined, Yelp hid nearly all of their good reviews so people couldn't read or see them and they wouldn't be added to their rating score. Not only did this practice hurt small businesses, it hurts potential customers who use Yelp as an unbiased tool to make educated decisions. That really sucks, man. That really sucks. This kind of thing, works in favor of the big companies and against the small companies. It's just another way to keep the small businesses from being able to prosper and to be successful. A person puts in a lot of work and effort, time and money to make a good product or service, and then they get stamped out by the big company sending fake reviews on their shit. This kind of makes me angry the more I think about it. It's not fair. It's not a level playing field at all. That sucks. That kind of shit makes you not even want to open a business. It's like it's too much that you have to push against. It's too much to fight against. Just say fuck it and go work a job. What is this one? This one. It says, I was talking to someone about planting food and fruit trees in public spaces, and they were like, why so everyone can steal the food? And I was like, see, that's the problem right there. Why should taking fruit off public tree be stealing? Damn it, I botched that. Let me read it one more time. It says, I was talking to someone about planting food and fruit trees in public spaces, and they were like, why? So everyone can steal the food? And I was like, see, that's the problem right there. Why should taking fruit off of a public tree be stealing? This is an idea that I have been saying years ago. Like, they do these whenever they're building like the highways and freeways.
You've shown this exact same meme before, and the reason that they can't put fruit trees by highways and freeways is because the fruit absorbs the toxicities of the environment and can transfer them onto the people that eat them. Just like you don't eat the Bayou Cat here in Houston because it's full of mercury and poison.
So where's the toxics coming from? Off the cars or something? Like, I don't see that.
Yeah, the CO2 from the cars and yes.
The plants are designed to take carbon dioxide.
Again, here's one of these things where you're not even trying to look or understand the other side of things. This has all been argued in court and stuff like that. This is nothing new. The first time you put this up, I talked about the exact same thing and why they don't do that and why the states have stopped that from happening. And it was basically the same thing.
All I see is that they don't want people to have, food for free or whatever. They want you to pay for everything. Like, I don't see it. I don't see how the cars driving by is going to make
because you don't want to. Because it upsets the idea that you have that, free life, everything cool and stuff like that. But you haven't looked at the other side. You didn't look into you haven't looked into anything of the truth of why not. You ask, why can't it be free? You don't ask why they don't do it. You just sit there and go, well, I read this and this is what I believe. You don't ask why. You don't look into why. And that's why you don't see it. That's why you don't get it on a lot of the things. And you have to be willing to open up your mind to be able to ask why, not just what the fuck.
The cars driving by are going to make the fruit make people get sick or whatever.
There's more than CO2 in car emissions. There's more into the city rainwater and the stuff that washes down the street that would be feeding these than just water. Okay? You have to think about the toxins in the environment, how much unhealthier people are living in the city than they are living in the country. And that will get into this is so much been a done subject of study. We went on with the same thing a while, and you were just as puzzled then as now. So it looks like you've either dismissed it, not looked into it, or still am just sitting from the one point of view. I mean, I don't know how to describe it or what. I even gave links and stuff last time.
So you don't think that there's any way that they could? What about nuts? They have hard cover outer parts. The How would the toxins, affect the nuts? You know,
So the
you don't think that?
toxins don't get into oranges or lemons or watermelons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying,
Dude,
do you?
and you're killing me here.
Well, I'm asking a question. Do you think there's any way that they could work that out and make it work?
What, more chemical engineering? I don't know. I don't understand.
What do you mean? I'm saying,
You're also, do you know anything about gardening?
yes, I grow. I'm a grower.
Okay, so
I'm
how much
skilled.
trash and waste is left behind? How much stuff gets rotted and left?
Yeah,
That's more money to clean up. That's more things to do.
okay.
That's a
Fine.
situation that creates bugs, vermin. You also have to understand these people who eat this tree fruit that's got this poison in it, when they get sick and all that, they now can sue the city because the city is directly responsible for the source of this. I mean, like I said, you're asking why can't we? That's been asked and it's been answered. And if you want to start going back and looking at the laws and the reasons, then look at the laws and the reasons. Don't keep repeating a meme and just screaming about it, man. Find out why. I'm sitting here and explaining to you why and saying there's laws, and you're arguing with me about shit that exists that I have no power over.
I'm saying,
But you're not willing to look at why it's done because you don't seem to think that bad shit is in food because of the bad environment. It's worse than pesticides.
so there's no way that they could work that out to have, food grown on those areas that they build.
More genetic and chemical engineering for plants, specifically done in a way that's going to take billions of dollars of research to it being given out free. Yeah, that's not going to happen, dude.
Simply because people don't want people to have free food, right?
No. See, oh God, I'm having problems doing this right now, man.
Let me read some comments. This comment, it says, food theft will probably actually go way down since people have actual access to food. Another comment, it says, I love how Americans think every country in the world is brainwashed but them, and never stop to think that America's entire society is conditioned to do nothing but make billionaires richer. Another comment, it says, and if there's not enough for everyone is used, maybe that means we should plant more. Another comment, it says, here in Finland exists a law that allows everyone to pick and collect fruits, berries, and mushrooms as long as it's not on any inhabited yard. We personally own forests around our place, and every year people come to collect mushrooms. Nobody is offended about that. Another comment, it says, capitalism has these people in a chokehold.
One up there, that would be a problem here in the U.S. I agree with it, though. If you're not a commercial field or something like that, if you've just got some forest area and people want to come and forage, as long as they don't over forage or over hunt and stuff like that, why not let them?
Let me read this one. It says, people are complaining about the fruit making a mess. Don't plant them near sidewalks. Plant them in low income areas. If some people pick it to sell, they will still be cheap fruit available to people. Wish we focused more on finding solutions rather than complaining about problems. Another comment, it says, food should be freely available to everyone. Another comment, it says, starvation is so rare in America that obesity is actually a symptom of poverty, but y'all have the audacity to moralize the distribution of food. It takes resources to grow fruits and vegetables, land, labor, tools, and working knowledge. It's not a manna from heaven. Y'all think public gardens can maintain a nation's population when history has shown the exact opposite? The monetization of food leads to far more bountiful yields than communal gardens have ever done. Please educate yourself. Another comment, it says, some people in Germany run websites where everyone who knows public ownerless fruit trees or such can register them. One can check for trees in their area and just go pick fruit when it's the season. Another comment, it says, natives used to plant anyone could eat from trees and bushes. When the priests came and saw this, they were livid. They didn't think we suffered enough by having food freely available, so now we don't. Another comment, it says, leaving America was one of the most eye-opening experiences. Seeing public fruit trees just available for others to benefit from while being in other countries blew my mind. Another comment, it says, there is a nonprofit in my city that plants and maintains free public orchids around the community. Most of them are located in city and central county parks. They handle pruning, monitoring tree health for good production, and expanding the plants as their capacity allows. Another comment, it says, because they don't take for eating, they take it for selling. It's human nature, taking more than their share. And people who talk about communes don't understand or want to understand it. Another comment, it says, same when discussing universal health care. I always hear I don't want to pay for someone else's medical bills, which they are doing anyway. And on top of it, they're paying for multiple houses, cars, planes, yachts, for insurance execs and big pharma, and the medical coverage they get is still well below lackluster. People need to wake up. Another comment, it says, exactly why? Why is it considered stealing if it's meant for everyone? Is that it? Hell is going on with my thing. I'm gonna just leave. I think that's it.
Now, mind you, I need to say something about that particular thing. I don't know if we were communicating right. I'm not talking about like public gardens, public parks, stuff like that, and projects like that. I was talking about where these people are arguing about, you know, the median on the side of Route 610 in the ground there. You know, around Beltway 8 where the homeless people sleep and stuff like that, planting stuff in those high traffic area things, fruit trees and stuff in high traffic areas like that. I'm not talking about adding some trees like that to the parks and stuff like that. I'm for that because that's also areas where quality of air is a lot better because it's already broken or away from that environment, or at least as much as can be in a city. I'm talking about there's laws against them putting fruit trees and stuff up right next to high traffic transit areas, like the little 20-foot area of grass in the Galleria crossing area. They couldn't put like a fruit tree there because of the poison, because of the emissions, the poison and stuff. You know, that grass median between the two sides of the interstate, or right at the sides of the interstate, that little areas of grass, they can't put them in places like that. They can't put them in like the public land areas of like a neighborhood. Like instead of a couple of oak trees, a couple of like orange trees, stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. They can't make those. There isn't laws that I know of stopping them from like Herman Park, popping a couple of different kind of trees up and trying to keep them alive.
Yep. And we don't have any kind of fruit trees or anything in Herman Park. It's a huge expanse area.
I don't think they can keep them alive here. I think people would screw them up.
I got one last one on here. Let's do this.
Let me just be clear. I got into Harvard only because of affirmative action. I went to a school no one had ever heard of in Denver, Colorado, in a small suburb. I didn't go to Exeter or Andover.
Yeah,
I didn't
right.
have college test prep. I just happened to be really nerdy and smart and have really good grades and good SAT scores.
Right.
But someone came to Denver, Colorado to look for me. A Harvard
Right.
recruiter flew to Denver, and I met up with her at the Village Inn restaurant and did a pre-interview to get to pull me into Harvard. I was pulled in, and the schools like Harvard and Yale that I got into affirmatively.
Yes.
And it was literally not saying we're going to take an unqualified person and put them in Harvard. We're going to take a very qualified person who we would never know existed and put them in Harvard. That's how I got there. That's how Ketanji got there. That's how Justice Jackson, I should say. Justice Jackson got there. It's how Clarence Thomas got there.
Right.
But the minute I arrived from my majority Black little town, Montbello in Denver, to Harvard, the first week or two that I was in class, my presence was questioned by white people. I was in this big conference class where some white students stood up and said, those students, the Black students, they're only here because of affirmative action. It became a huge argument that we all ended up having. This was freshman year. I had never had my academic credentials questioned. I had never had anyone question whether I was intelligent until I got to Harvard. And it was a defining point of my experience there. It's why I really was one of the many reasons I was miserable there my freshman year.
Yeah.
You feel completely out of place and people keep telling you shouldn't be here. And yet, some of the people I went to school with were far less smart than me or the other Black folk there. They got in because their daddy and their granddaddy. I went to school with somebody whose name was on one of the buildings. You're going to school with people whose names are on the buildings, who are third and fourth generation legacies, whose parents pumped money into Harvard to get them in. But that affirmative action is okay with this majority. They said that the people who benefited from slavery, their descendants, who are so far ahead of Black folk in terms of opportunity, that will never catch up to them. I don't care how many Oprahs we get. Those people's affirmative action is A-okay because those people can pay for fancy trips for them.
Yeah.
But you people who want to get in just because of your brains, but you're not from a legacy, too bad. You can't come in. Well,
So Joanne Reed posted this. Her caption, she says, my firsthand experience with affirmative action and my Harvard acceptance, FYI, affirmative action is far from any Black student will do. You still have to be exceptional. Legacy admissions, on the other hand, ... So Joy Reid talks about affirmative action helping her get into Harvard and dispels the misconception that affirmative action means an unqualified person is sent to college. Let me read a couple comments. This one, it says, to the folks who are saying that she admitted to getting into Harvard based on her skin color, did you listen to what she said, or did you listen long enough just to respond? Another comment, it says, why do they keep assuming affirmative action lets unqualified people through the gates? We are often carrying more merit than the legacy folks. Another comment, it says, all of this, my mother graduated from Jackson State University, then moved to Chicago and received her master's from Northwestern University. She often spoke about the laughable ignorance of some of her white counterparts and the audacity of them to question her presence there. Another comment, it says, she actually said that she was pulled in from a different source than traditional feeder schools, qualified and sought after to bring diversity and enrich the learning of others. Affirmative action has never meant less qualified. It means intentionally offering opportunity to diverse groups and thereby benefiting the institution as a whole. Another comment, it says, facts on facts, the legacy students are much higher number than affirmative action. Another comment, it says, Harvard is 6% Black. That's it. The thought that making space for such a small group of students somehow discriminates against Asian students who are already greater than 30% of the school's population is just insanity. This one, it says, benefits for me, not for thee, is the motto of everyone who find with this being overturned. but still allowing white legacy candidates to buy their way in and take the places of more deserving students. Another comment, it says, thanks for this. I was told repeatedly that I skated into UC Berkeley out of state because I was black. Never mind my excellent public high school SAT scores, essays, or extracurricular work. They just let me in because I was black. Another comment, it says, I think too many people have the idea that unqualified people get in through affirmative action. They think that even in their mediocrity or lower, that they were somehow blocked. Another one, it says, it's time we quit trying to get in, build up black world. Another one, it says, it's true if you're going to complain about race as a factor, you need to also complain about the legacy and rich kids getting in because of donations. Can't have it both ways. Another one, it says, I see some ignorant comments on the thread from people who have poor understanding and are illiterate. Shaking my head. Thank you, Joy, for sharing your experience. Another comment. Same thing happened to my daughter. Princeton flew someone in to interview and talk to my brilliant daughter to convince her why she should accept Princeton. She had the choice of 4 other Ivy League schools. Trust me, it wasn't affirmative action for my daughter. It was her AP scores and SATs dang near perfect score. Last one. Nailed it. Joyanne Reed, and the same goes for corporate America. When you're the only one at the table, they assume it's because they just had to include you. They never respect your intelligence, which is normally higher than theirs. Newsflash, Black people are smart, and that scares the heck out of them. Black people learned to read when they didn't want to give access to books, and that really pissed them off. Trust is this will backfire because one thing for sure, you can't hold us down. My eyes are burning. Burning, burning, burning. Yeah, I think we need to wrap it. We're at almost 5 hours. You want to make comments? You there, Doc?
Yeah, I've been here. I kind of rolled one, so I kept it off camera and stuff.
Well, thank you.
Well, it was one of my. I couldn't hide it because it was with my pink paper. So
it says this rainbow shirt from Target won't turn your kids gay, but the cast of The Mummy 1999 will. I don't really get the joke with this, but I love that movie. It was really sexy too. I guess they're saying that people are attractive in the movie.
They're all so pretty.
Yeah, man. I was younger. This is a really old movie. Yeah, man.
Dude, 1999, really old. I'm gonna reach through here and smack you, dude.
Man, I was
It's
class
only 24 years.
I was class of 97. I graduated in 98. So I was in high school. Well, I wasn't in high school when it came out, but that was right around, that's high school time for me.
Dude, I was class of 86.
So yeah, I was just coming out of adolescence, bro. Yeah, man. I was enjoying the pretty people in that movie a lot. A lot. Roseanne, what is she talking about?
You don't really have to burn me at the stake for not agreeing with me, but let me just throw out one idea, and I hope that the hungry dogs in the street have enough meat as not to come after me for thinking and speaking. I'm tired of it. But I have this to say as follows. And it's okay I say it because nobody lives the fucking thing I say, which is great. I'm tired of being monitored, and corrected and shit. Fuck it. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
Shut up and say it.
Trump, hear me when I say this. Trump is, in my opinion, the first woman president of the United States.
What?
You know what I think?
The drugs are bad, okay? She keeps sniffing. Drugs are bad, okay?
Sniffing, and she's got that big old blunt in her hand too.
Yeah, she's definitely buzzing. That was a weird comment to make.
I guess she's calling him a bitch. I don't know. I mean, I at least understand the joke of Slick Willie being the first black president.
Yeah, I don't get it.
It's a Bill Clinton joke.
Yeah. I got that one. I got that.
Like I say, I can at least understand where that one came from.
Yeah, I get that, man. I saw I was watching the what was the show? It was the guy who's really close friends with Eddie Murphy with the long finger.
Arsenio Hall.
And I was watching Arsenio Hall, and he had Bill Clinton on there as a guest. And Bill Clinton got up there and freaking played the saxophone, bro. And I was looking at this, and I was like, wow, man, this dude got soul, like, for real.
You know, there's a rumor that says that one appearance changed the entire tide of the election for him.
And I really wouldn't be surprised. It's kind of like the swagger. It's kind of like how the Obama did kind of a similar thing,
It brought him home. It made him real.
Yeah, man. I think I want to say I voted for Clinton. I
did.
can't remember.
Both times.
I can't remember. That was so long ago. But I probably did, and it probably was simply because of me seeing him on Arsenio Hall playing the saxophone. I don't know nothing about his policies or whatever, but I saw him on Arsenio Hall playing the saxophone, and I was like, wow, this dude is cool.
So I can't tell you a long term about every single decision they made, all that's good and all that's bad. All I know is some presidents, my life was better when they were in charge. Others, they weren't. And that who it was flipped with Bill because things were kind of okay under him, but then all the friggin' wars and crap started. People, skyscrapers came down, and then all of a sudden this invasive law that had been voted down every year since World War II, including through the entire Cold War times, about what the government could do to look at us and see us, all of a sudden is like, hey, yeah, okay. And since then, nothing has been done except create better technology and better laws allowing them to do it even more and more. It's like, what the heck happened when those towers came down? That might as well have been blowing up the Statue of Liberty, man. That you might as well equate that as to the day our freedoms began to end.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say that. I don't think that we know how good we had it way back when, and that was definitely a change. 9/11 was there's before 9/11 and there's after 9/11. And
the same thing happened. That was the same feeling of the Iran hostage crisis. That same kind of gut-wrenching, what the fuck, humanity, rip to your humanity. What the hell's going on, kind of thing.
Well, it's like it seems like we've been at war ever since 9/11. We've
So
been in
those,
the
those are the two events that I remember in my lifetime.
Yeah, I remember that day. I remember the day of 9/11. I was going to school and something was happening and they shut the school down. They told everybody to go home. It wasn't high school. It was a National Institute of Technology. It was one of those technical schools that I was going to for medical assisting. And they told everybody to go home. Something was going on. And then they was really tripping about being in downtown area because they was afraid that they were going to hit Houston because Houston is a major city. And they were thinking that, something could have happened in downtown Houston. So they shut down the whole downtown. I remember that day clearly.
When I heard about it on the radio, when they went live with it, here's what ADD does to you. I was on West Park, crossing under 610 on my way to work. The moment that it happened. I mean, I know exactly where I was, the time of the day that I heard it, what I was doing. That's how much that flashbulb, that one moment, ingrained in me. The Challenger shuttle.
Yeah, I remember that too.
That wasn't as gut wrenching. What the hell? Because that was an accident and stuff. I was affected by the Iran hostage crisis because I was an orchestra with a violinist whose father somehow was related to the situation and was given asylum here. His family was. And he, like me, was getting the crap beat out of him on a daily basis because, you little Iranian mother, you bad person, you're horrible, you hostage taking piece of crap, One of the football players tried to stomp on his hand, man. And that's when I started losing my mind.
Yeah, I don't remember that very much. I mean, that must have been before. What year was that?
Oh, fuck. That's 80s, 82, 83, something like that.
Yeah, I was a little kid at that time. Yeah, I was a small kid. That was before my time of being aware. But I do remember the space shuttle. We were sitting in class and
81 was when it ended.
Oh yeah, I was 3 years old. So the space shuttle, we were sitting in class and we was watching 13. We was watching the space shuttle live in class when it happened. And
yes.
And it blew up. And then we was like, what the hell?
And we were watching it live because my psychology teacher, whose class I was in, went to school wherever she had gone to school, either high school or college. They didn't know each other. We got it out of them. They didn't know each other. They just went to the same school at the same time. They could have known each other. So he's like, yeah, someone, my alma mater, she's going to go up. Oh, shit. Yeah, she really went up.
Yeah, that's sad.
Half of those old Challenger jokes can be recycled into Titanic submarine jokes, right? It's like their eyes were blue. Yeah, one blew this way, one blew that way.
Too soon.
Oh, it's billionaires. It's never too soon.
Oh,
I still want to see the fisticuffs between Zuckerberg and Musk.
Yeah, people
I want to see them box. Zuckerberg Tech can't take the chance. That tiny little neck ain't gonna hold that big head if it gets hit. It's gonna crack like a whip.
Yeah. Well, I'm
It's
sure
gonna
they're
knock
gonna
him
make
right
sure.
out of that alien gray costume or that human costume he's wearing over his alien suit.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not gonna let either one of them get hurt. If it even happens.
It would be a 3-round exhibition, boxing, not MMA. It would be pay-per-view at probably about $100 a pop. Tickets to the live event would probably start at the worst seats of the 250 to 375 area. Parking, of course, is going to be $35 minimum, and that's if you're willing to walk half a mile. Say, beer will be about $14 for a 16-ounce can. Fries will be about $9. I mean, they'll make some cash on it.
Maybe that's what it's about.
Oh yeah, if it goes off, it's about money.
Yeah.
I mean, the very fact that since it came out, both stocks in both of their companies have been going up.
Apple just hit a mark that no company has ever hit. It's like 1.7 trillion over market cap, something like that. No company has ever hit that before. So anybody who's got Apple stock right now, this might be.
There's more money in the world than there's ever been up until now.
Yeah.
We made sure of that by adding plenty to the supply.
It might be a good time to sell some of that Apple stock if you got some.
Well, see, if you think about it like video games and stuff like that, you notice how the numbers, the effect is about the same. As you level up, your visual effects are the same. But when you start out, you're doing like 1, 2, 5 damage. And then you get up a few levels, you're doing 10, 20, 50. And then you get up more levels and it's 100, 300, 500. That's the way they're doing with the money, man. It's the same shit. It's just the numbers are getting bigger.
Well, I saw a report that said that a lot of those numbers aren't real because if you add up all the assets and all of the liquid cash, it doesn't even come up to the total that they have that they're trading like on the stock market.
Oh no!
You add up all the resources,
assets, including oil,
including all the resources.
Assets, we are like only have about 1/3 of the value of our money.
Yeah. Yeah, so those numbers floating around on those damn computers.
I'll tell you, one thing I think
real.
I'd do is if I hit president, I would say I would authorize the building of facilities to increase our national oil supply by 25%. And then I would say 20% of our oil supply will then be used to buy and sell for a profit, to which half of the profits will go towards oil-related disasters in the United States and from our shipping, and the other half go directly toward paying off foreign debt, to buying back foreign debt like companies buy back their debt. Say, that's the way we need to start doing things. We need to treat these debts like credit card debts and shit. We need to find out the ones that are worst for us, pay those fuckers off. The ones that tie us so deep to China, the ones that tie us so deep to these countries that we have to treat other countries badly or shit like that. Things that limit us because we are in those deals. We need to pay that shit off. We need to free ourselves from our debtors, just like we as individual people. That's the idea of how we get successful now, is get out of all of this monstrous debt. The country should be thinking the same. Instead, the country's like, look, we just printed this new credit card. What can we spend it on next? You know, as long as we've got enough to pay the interest, we can keep borrowing to make everything keep happening. We need to quash that mentality, man.
Well, that makes me think about John F. Kennedy and the last speech before they killed him. And he was talking about they're trying to make every man, woman, and child into a slave. He said there's a plot to turn every man, woman, and child into a slave. You know, and I think that's what he was talking about, related to the money, you know, related to the debt, related to these credit cards. And then they killed him. I think that was the point. That was one of those points of time where things kind of switched and went into another direction. We're so far off the cliff now. I don't know.
That's why we'll never know who actually killed him, because there's like 7 different groups of people that all had motive. I mean, different countries, our own country, CIA had a reason to, FBI had a reason to, Chicago, his home state, the police there had a reason to, the Canadian government had a reason to, the criminals had a reason to. I mean, the family did make the most of their money during Prohibition, working with gangsters and Canadian smugglers. They knew where bodies were buried. They knew facts.
You know, I didn't know about that until recently. Somebody at work, we were talking about the Kennedys, and I didn't know the molasses, taking it from Canada, whatever, over the rivers, right?
Yep.
I had never heard that before. I didn't know that. And then what I said was, it seems like everyone, all of the legacy families, like the families who have like super huge wealth, they all did it shadily. You know what I mean? Illegally, like
either illegally or during the worst times of economic problems in the country. A lot of the legacy families that we had started getting their riches right in the beginning of the industrial era and World War I era, right in the 1900s, 1890s to 1920s was when these legacy families started popping up. The one, well, not really just popping up, but when the ones that we see today,
yeah,
and identify with having been around forever. You know, a lot of them are longer, but that's when their families started getting their generational wealth, or being able to use the generational wealth as a weapon, as a tool.
Yeah,
that's a good way of putting it. Using their generational wealth as a tool or as a weapon.
Yep, like the mafia came up off of Prohibition. They still got all that money, and the mafia is still really powerful today.
And unions, especially in the northern and steel states, in big city states in the north. Mafia came up real big through unions and stuff like that. Matter of fact, a lot of times, even if they weren't originally involved with a union, they would call in and hire family muscle to do strike breaking and stuff like that. I said a story back during that time and read about 3 or 4 books about it, about how the mafia in like New Jersey and New York specifically, all the different families had different specialties, so they wouldn't interfere with each other. And then things all started getting a whole lot different after Prohibition, after Vietnam was when things really started changing and getting weird.
All right, man. I gotta wrap it. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I absolutely got to get out of here. Work tomorrow. Hopefully I make some money. It's
Peace,
bill
love,
time.
out. And for anyone celebrating 4th of July coming up, I hope you're one of the many people that end up with all 10 fingers at the end of the week.
Yeah. Happy 4th. Eat some barbecue for me.
Ooh, barbecue.
It was a joke. It makes me think of a joke. What was it? The guy, he was saying, this racism, it must be the racism that makes the barbecue taste good. It was like the guy was talking about going to a Klan rally, and he said,
Josh Prey.
That's what it was?
No, that's the guy's name. You saw? Josh Prey. Check him out. He's the guy that says, he's the black guy that talks about going to redneck barbecues and hanging out with rednecks all the time.
Yeah.
I know he said that. I follow him. He is freaking hilarious.
That shit had me rolling because he was like, so you still gonna go to the Klan rally? He was like, man, the barbecue is good. He was like, I don't he was like, why does it taste good? It's like, it must be the racism.
I think that's part of Chappelle's new Netflix one.
It tastes so good. It must be the racism. I'm like, oh my God, that's
Well,
hilarious.
see, that's what happens when instead of white people being at the rally, you got white folk at the rally.
Yeah, go to a black guy, go to a Klan rally for the barbecue and shit. That's crazy. Anyways, y'all, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I gotta wrap it.